Yeah, I'll look for that on Saturday, Taco Bronson. Look for that on Saturday. Are we through the ads, chat? I think we're through the ads. All right, let's... I'm gonna have to pause it once we name these two dwarves probably and then do a thumbnail, but that's fine. All right, so we're gonna continue active game. And it's time to dive back into Roadtorch. What up isn't prepared? I isn't prepared. So I need to name two dwarves before I do anything else because I owe two people dwarves. Arcmaster, are you still in the chat? And do you have any preference on dwarf? If you do, please at me. Also, I think we could leave chat. It's normal speed mode. Atova, what's up? You would love to see smooth floors that don't want to be... Wait, what? Would love to see smooth floors that don't want to be smoothed out. What do you mean? I don't understand that. Why are you clearing my chat, Belug? And why are you putting on slow mode? And why are you putting on shield mode? What the fuck? Turn this shit off. Stop. What are you even doing? It's like mod turns in for the first time in a while and hits all of the buttons. First time here, Secret Potato. How's it going? It's going good. I'm just getting started. It's all good, Belug, but don't turn shit on in my chat, please. It's real. Thank you for the brand new Prime sub. And Belug with the 41st month. All right, so let's name two dwarves real quick. So Arcmaster. Let's scroll up, see if you've said anything. Not picky on what kind of dwarf. Okay, we will give you the first dwarf I find then. How about... I'm gonna pick somebody kind of cool, you know? Yeah, please don't. If Twitch asks you a question, say no, okay? This is like standard procedure on the internet. If Twitch asks you if you want something, you just say no. We're gonna make you into a doctor, Arcmaster. Hold on, let me just open up my board requests queue. Dwarf. There we go. All right. Arcmaster. So, I spelled that right. Arcmaster. Let's read a little bit about your personality. He doesn't generally think before acting, and he only rarely feels strong cravings or urges.
Good morning.
Good morning. He only rarely feels strong cravings or urges, and he is stubborn, and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing his mind. He's not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he does not tend to hang on to grievances. He speaks loudly when he speaks rapidly when he's excited. Sounds like me. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. And he doesn't really care about anything anymore. As far as his values goes, he personally treasures independence, sees guile and cunning as indirect and worthless, and values a harmonious existence, and does not particularly respect commerce, and dreams of raising a family. He likes petrified wood, rose gold, rose quartz in the color dark olive, white storks for their long bills, and the words of the urn of starting, and when possible prefers to consume tiger pickle berries, tuber beer, and pigtail seeds, and absolutely hates flies. He is focused with satisfied needs. You know, that reminds me of me. I spend so much time killing flies in the summer, it's not even funny. Dev Spagus, thanks for that raid. Checking to get a couple beers for the Raiders. Mods, can I please get a shout out for the Raiders? Also, Belug, since you haven't been around for a while, /shoutout is a thing now. So /shoutout in the person's username to give a proper shout out these days on Twitch when it comes to would you like to know more. Recent thoughts. You feel fondness when speaking with acquaintance. You're actually pretty happy, although you're kind of bitter about arguing with people. In 257, thanks for the $3, Belug. In 250, it's okay. I forgive you for turning all the features on. In 257, he was delighted remembering watching a performance and felt fondness remembering a friend. Delighted after eating a truly decadent dish and was blissful after sleeping in a very good bedroom. What a happy dwarf. You are a member of the Rosy Cave, which is our faction, and a member of the Safe Gate. You're not a member of any particular religion. It is Sparta. And you're a High Master Wound Dresser. I mean, we've had plenty of wounds, so what's this button do? I don't know. What does that button do? Always a question. All right, so I'm going to mark these as complete. Actually, I'm going to mark all of these as complete. From earlier. Then Borax, we got you. So, Borax, do you have any preference on Dwarf? Please at me in chat. Sad is milking is rusty. I mean, don't do a ton of milking, to be honest. Lots working overtime, Frog for Hire. How does civilization alerts work in this? Oh, civilian alerts work in this one? They don't. They've moved it entirely underneath this menu, so you have to make a burrow, remove, toggle whether or not workshops can source materials from outside, add every single dwarf to the burrow individually, and then unpause it. Yes. Military, so you can die faster, and they can engrave your face on the walls. All right. Well, let's check military. We got a decent military. We do need to add to it. We got spear dwarves. So we got mutton. Mutton killed the were creature. But we're gonna give you Sturrier. That works for you. Oryx, the Spearmaster. Borax the Spearmaster has 2 lovers, is 53 years old, and has 1 child named Moses Fleshed Merchants. That's the name. Johnny Sputnik. Thank you much for that tier 1. Also, thanks for the 6 months of prepay. Cheers. Squad is the squad, of course, the squad of Headhunger. You do want to be with family and pray and craft objects and be with friends. So you're a little down, but that's just because I've been super duper overtraining you guys. I'm going to be changing my squad settings in a bit and building up another squad today. You do need some fresh clothing, but your armor is lovely. Over here in your personality, he has a stunning feel for spatial relationships and an iron will. A very good sense of position of his own body and a great memory and a sum of patience. He never becomes angry after being caught in the rain in 250, and is a nervous wreck after being forced to cure the decay of a friend, is a coward and completely overwhelmed by fear when confronted with danger. Well, you wanted to die quickly. Very rarely develops negative feelings towards things, and he does not trust others, and he seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. He is conflicted by this because he considers tranquility preferable to Tumard conceptually, and he is easily moved to mercy, and he can be very happy and optimistic. He does not reveal personal information, and he tends to think before acting. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind, and he has a sense of duty. He often feels lustful, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. And he has a greedy streak, and he can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. And he is assertive. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and he doesn't really care about anything anymore. For your values, he personally sees family as one of the most important things in life, finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, and he is indirect and he thinks that guile and cunning is indirect and somewhat worthless. And he thinks that competition is reasonably important, and he dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes earthenware, silver, black pyrope, tower cap wood, giant grackle leather, hemp fabric, backpacks, and millstones, and toy axes, and saltwater crocodile men for their strength, long yam plants for their tubers, and the words of the urn of starting, and the sound of the embrace satins, and the sight of the saturnity of satin. All right. And when possible, prefers to consume lungfish, mango wine, and you can't stand leeches. All right. I understand that last one. As for your military stats, you have 9 notable kills, 7 other kills, a bunch of goblins as well as a bunch of other goblins. And you've been doing pretty well, I would say. Do I have any idea when the classic version will be updated? I've been told 2 to 3 weeks from a few people. Often feels lustful. Damn fucking right. Someone has to. All right, I got a thumbnail to do, and then I got a few buttons to press, and then we can actually start playing Dwarfs. But thank you very much for redeeming people, chat. You guys are awesome. It's been wild. Like I said, it's been wild. Shit's been whack over here, and still trying to wrap my head around it. All right. Goblin Slayer, kinda, yeah. Stop, cap. Yeah, whoop. And... whoop. How's that for a thumbnail? Is that appropriately terrible? I don't know what else to add to this. Maybe a Dwarf Fortress logo somewhere. Perfect. Just leave it as is. You like it? I don't. So I'm glad you do. Lurk? Yeah, I would too. You hate thumbnails? Welcome to my life. It works? Okay. I mean, I could throw a Dwarf Fort logo on there. That's about the only thing I would add. Yeah, I'm reacting to a reaction video. Yeah. No, I'm using a third-party plugin called TubeBuddy. I mean, it fits. See? That. Look at that. It works. It's equally traumatic for my long-term memory. But no, it's a third-party plugin called TubeBuddy. I pay $10 a month for it. Sorry for making me do that. It's better make me some ad revenue. Damn it, chat. Anyway, it's up now. I'll just get another DF YouTuber to react to it. Euthris, you have my full permission to react to that. Please send me a link after you've done that. All right. I'm gonna close that now. I'm expecting a 99% dislike to like ratio, okay? If there's any more than that, I will be disappointed in your inability to, like, not promote bad content. If Asmongold reacts back to me, I owe him a beer. I will, like, personally go purchase him a beer. All right. So we do have the full squad. I'm going to be setting up 2, 3, 4 squads today. So... But that plays into what Susan wants to call give YouTube everything at once. I mean, give YouTube everything at once, because then that's how YouTube works, right? You'll spam his chat now? I mean, it's true. But I'm not lying when I say that I do have a lot of respect for Asmongold. He has a lot of very nuanced, interesting things to say when he's not reacting to videos. YouTube is all consuming. It's a lifestyle, that's for sure. All right, so I need to find a dwarf who is good as a military leader. So I can build a second squad. So we're gonna kind of skim through my dwarves here and see if we can find somebody who's brave or somebody who wants to fight. Like this dwarf, unmet need, wants to fight. Woodcrafter, English. How do you feel about being in the military? It's on my YouTube channel. If you want to find it, it's down below. He's as vivacious as they come, obsessed with acquiring wealth, and he lives a slow-going life at a leisurely pace. He's quite ambitious and has a sense of duty. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic and conflicted by this, as she values parties and making in the abstract. She generally finds herself quite hopeful about the future and is stubborn and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. Maybe not. I don't know. Peek at somebody else. Competent mace dwarf. Ooh, but rusty. Wants to eat a good meal. Wants martial training. Okay. Do you have kills in the past? Nope. 84 years old, is married, has 4 children, so they'll miss him. Assuming they're here. They may not be. Personality. Easily falls in love and always develops positive feelings. He is inattentive to detail in his own work, and he forms strong emotional bonds with others, sometimes to his detriment, and he is confident under pressure. Okay, so far so good. Can you handle stress? Hopeful about what others think of him, and he generally is quite hopeful about the future. He's uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently. You know what? This dwarf would do fine, I think. I think you're gonna be our new military commander, and you are going to. Oh, I was gonna say you're sleeping on the floor in the tavern. No, you're going to go to bed. Is there wear and tear on armor? Like armor pieces you seem to be disappearing after practice? They're probably taking them off after practice and putting them away, especially if you set them to be stored in your barracks. There is wear and tear. Like as an example, if I just look at items, you see like this sock has some wear and tear on it because it's got those X's. So the wear and tear goes like this: 2 small X's, small X's on either side, bold X's on either side, or sorry, two small X's, one small X on either side, 2 small X's on either side, 2 bold X's on either side, and then like the more X's and the more bold they are, the worse, until they just degrade into nothing. So yes, that is in fact a turkey. So the more X's and the bolder they are, the more degraded they are. Armor can be melted down after a while, but clothing can't be repaired. So keep that in mind. But yes, if it's disappearing after training, it's probably because they're just going to bed. Is that your kid? That's probably your kid. If drop-off spam is inaccessible, the items are clearly inaccessible, so you probably have something that's like blocked off that they can't get to. Which can sometimes be quite difficult to find. This is something that's been a Dwarf Fortress thing as long as I can remember. Oh, that's funny. I was like, why is there a dwarf there? Look at this. If I pop up a sign leader, it's just like his sprite sitting there. I guess that's like a way to remember who it is. So it's Ashen, I guess. Look for an Ashen. That's a funny little UI bug. I like it, actually. Where are you, Ashen? Ashen. There you are. This guy. His face is missing. Well, anyway. Found him and then I lost him again. Crud. There he is. Ashton the Planter. Competent Mace Dwarf. This list needs a search bar. I completely agree. Absolutely agree. I cut him in half. Oh no, I'm sure he'll be fine. Any tips for beginners? Tons. Go to my YouTube channel. Chat, how dare you give that video 100% like ratio? What the fuck? Oh my word. Why can't you see the React video? Because you have to go to the YouTube channel? You're doing your part. I appreciate you doing your part. See, here's the thing, right? I'm reluctantly enjoying this. Like, this is very entertaining to me, but it still hurts. Thanks for the YouTube tutorials and to your videos. You started to really dig this game. Cheers. No problem, dude. Who are the 3 very upset dwarves? I'm pretty sure 2 of them are children, and then 1 of them is stuck in the walls, actually. Nope. One of them's actually a recruit. Who's about to get booted out of the military. Rimtar. Yeah. This person. Cancel an order. That's just the actual... Okay, how do I remove him from the military? Certainly not cancel an order. Ah, I see. Remove assignment. Thanks, AP Ott, for the Prime sub. Go do the thing. Go elsewhere, Dwarf. Yeah, 2 of them are children, and I can't really do much about that. And then the other one is a... Give you a training order. And then the other one is a military dwarf. Next update, you'd love to see a better add remove dwarf UI. Currently, Tarn is working... Everything I've been told is Tarn is primarily working on Tarn is primarily working on crash fixes right now. But little UI fixes are coming in around the edges. And then after that, alongside of Classic getting updated, is planned a like a feature add thing to, you know, add more buttons that people are wanting and stuff of that sort. I wish that there was just like a way to remove them from the squad in this menu, because that's how I like to do this, actually. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Seth. I don't think he's particularly funny. It's like he just reminds me of like the worst parts of the old internet, like when 4chan was the king of the internet, and it makes me feel kind of ill. Like they're well scripted, but it's not for me. All right. Well, anyway, let's reassign the bottom of you. Well, we could find somebody with skills. Doesn't matter too much. Now it's been a few days. Any tips on work detail management? I'm actually doing okay with just the auto labor stuff. From the way I see it is like, if you want specified jobs, then you can like, I mean, actually, no, it's quite literally exactly the same way as it was before if you want it to be. I think the UI for it's a little fucky, but I think the UI in the entire game's a little fucky, so I don't think that really tracks. I prefer it still, I think, to the like it. I think I think the game, the way the game's built, it benefits from it being obtuse. It's fine. It's kind of my thoughts. But as far as tips goes, I've been making a custom job specifically for my doctors because I don't trust orderlies to actually do doctoring things. And I was having problems like making doctors function the way doctors are supposed to function. So that's kind of the one thing that I would say is I've just been making a custom job for my doctors. Oh yeah, you can stack rocks, quantum stockpile in base game. Like it's an accepted mechanic. Like it's a bug, but it's an accepted mechanic, quantum stockpiling. So yeah, you can absolutely quantum stockpile. I have two right now. I've got one for wood and I've got one for stone on the upper floors. Am I using any Steam Workshop mods? No, not currently. Although there's one that I'm going to turn on soon, which is a better pause button for things. Dwarves with it's not as complicated as it sounds, but it's it's never as complicated as it sounds. Dwarf Fortress does a really good job of making itself seem like it's 1,000 times more complicated than it actually is. Like, which is why watching reviews like that are kind of not painful, but like, or reactions and stuff like that is kind of painful. Not because it's like wrong necessarily, but it's because like, yeah, okay, all that shit's going on, but actually controlling it isn't hard at all. Competent hammer dwarf. I think I'd rather have you as a weaponsmith though. I'm not really using bowyers, so we'll see how you hold up. I don't feel the need to quantum dump at all. I just end up using them when I use minecarts because they're kind of the natural end state for minecarts anyway. You were surprised by how easy it was to get into the game. Most people made it sound like it was the hardest thing to get into. I've been screaming for years that in order to get into Dwarf Fortress, all you really need is you need to treat it, the older versions of the game, and I think this version of the game to a degree too, you have to treat it like you're learning to play Twilight Struggle or one of those other board games that has 40 bajillion pieces and requires 10 people to play. It's like, is it actually hard to play that game? No, you sit around a table with some people and you play by the rules, right? The problem is learning the rules. Okay, so how do you learn the rules? You sit down, you set it up as best you can, and you read the fucking manual. And that's how you learn to play Dwarf Fortress. You sit down, you set up your fort as best you can, and you read the fucking manual. And that can be watch tutorials, read the wiki, ask people for help, talk to people that you know who play, or anything else. And it's like, you just bash your head against it until you play a game. And once you play a game, then you're playing the game. Tarn build in new fun stuff and it's killing your dwarves. Hell yeah. There's a lot of things that kill your dwarves now. But I'm okay with this. It gives us more variety. All right. I think I'll throw you in there. All right. Well, that gives us like a nice little halvesies squad to get training. Fun fact: if the squad is has more trained dwarves in it, then they train faster. So there's also a mod that shows the button shortcuts on your bar in the bottom. Might be a good one to try, at least to spotlight for newer players. As in like hotkey shortcuts? You know, I'm gonna do a thing, chat. I'm gonna make a room on my Discord, okay? Because I was gonna be like, hey, yeah, link it. No, I will lose it. So I'm gonna call this DF mods. Yeah, I'm just gonna call it DF mods. Just post mod recommendations there. I got save sharing and mods. Just toss them in there. And I'll look, because seeing things go by at chat at 1 billion miles an hour. And I need to do actual mod showcasing, because like I've got the thumbnail for it and I want to do that. Making videos talking about mods and UI mods and shit. But the last 8 days have been a lot, okay? And I think you guys know this, so. There's only so much I'm capable of doing. I'm only human. Did I encounter something or another here, or did I legit just like not dig this out? I guess I just did not dig this out. Because people are weird is why it's the most downloaded mod. And no, I'm not going to acknowledge it or cover it, because I think that shit's just kind of gross. There's certain types of mods for games, and this goes for like all games. This goes for like everything from Skyrim to Dwarf Fortress, where it's just like, okay, there's too many weird connotations there. I'm just not even going to bother. And I'm maybe too much of a person in one direction or another that I just won't even, I just don't care. It's just a meme. I know it's a meme, but it's a gross meme. Like legit, like that's all it is. It's just, if it makes me go, ew, there's no way I'm gonna talk about it. We can meme better? Yeah, fucking all hail the mighty blob. Make me milkable cave blobs and I'll consider. That I would download. I have 2 mods already that would be good for new players. Are they moving already? All right, yeah. No, so on Friday, chat room, like I said, I'm going to be not streaming on Friday, and on Friday, I'll go through all that shit. Milkable cave blobs, yes. All hail the mighty blob. There's a VOD going up on YouTube in a couple days that might make more sense if you weren't here yesterday. But yeah, and here's the other thing is like, I'm a little iffy on installing and using interface mods as my daily driver, because I do send feedback to Zach and Tarn pretty frequently. And if I'm just using a bunch of mods, I want to be able to give them feedback on their UI improvements. There is that, you know, like and then I wouldn't have as much of an opinion if I'm using like 4 mods as my daily driver. So like for me personally, like even if certain things become, at least initially, like I like when we get to like, there are periods in Dwarf Fortress development that like I think that newer players here may not be familiar with, but like there are points in Dwarf Fortress development that we refer to as long wait or long waits, where the game just kind of goes quiet for 6 months, because they're working on shit, right? And you know, like that even happens with like normal modern games too, where like, oh, you know, they're working on a DLC or something. But in the case with Dwarf Fortress, it's like they're not working on a DLC. They're just like tweaking something in world gen that we'll never see, but then suddenly the game runs a shit ton better. And that happens relatively frequently in Dwarf Fortress development. And during those periods, yeah, absolutely, I'll install mods. No problem, Woostjenbach, I think is how you say that, but no problem, dude. Thanks for swinging by and saying hi. Is there a way to see a dwarf's birthday anymore? Oh, God. I don't think so, actually. I wonder if that would be under health. It's got to be listed in here. I mean, like, there's that, but it's like, it doesn't say the date. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't state the date that they were born. Here's the thing, right? I'm sure it exists in this UI somewhere. It's just a matter of where the fuck. Maybe under history? No. Not under health history. Knowledge. Because it used to specify what day they were born. Yeah, that's weird. I'll be honest with you, Stone. I had not thought about it. DF 2014 was huge, which is why some people still play pre-2014. Not many people, but some people. That's far more tedious than... My phone's mad at... Okay, so my credit card got canceled. Now my phone's yelling at me that my bill bounced. In before my phone stops working. Wouldn't that be fun? God. So my credit card got comped. Which apparently... So you know how on the 7th chat I streamed for like 9 hours? Well, apparently somebody in Texas was spending $500 in multiple locations around Texas using my credit card. I went to Las Vegas recently and for a short vacation, hung out with one of my mods for a bit. And I'm convinced my credit card got comped while I was down there because, anyway, someone spent like, it was like $500 in Walmart. It was like $800 in Target, and then apparently tried to buy a camera at some camera shop and capped my credit cards because it's a tiny fucking credit card. It's like $1,500 Canadian too. So like you hit that real fast in American money. So I don't have a credit card right now, and my phone just informed me that my bill bounced, so that's great. People are trash. Went in Vegas. But, you know, I mean, like, it's literally the only form of payment people accept in Vegas, and I ain't carrying, like, hundreds of dollars in cash around in Vegas, so... Yeah, right? It's funny. People in chat scream at me. They're like, how do you use debit cards for everything? It's like, because it doesn't get comped and that money's insured. And it has pins on it. And it's like, in Vegas, it's just like, the only thing they accept is like, yeah, fucking sign a receipt. It's like, where's the security? I'm handing somebody my credit card. What the... Weirdos. Strange third world country. All right. Chip and pin are universal? Same. It's either cash or chip and pin. Chip and pin. All right. Go all the way around here. Give all this smoothing. I'm checking bedrooms that are missing stuff is what I'm doing. Think I got all of them? I've probably missed at least one. Killed by an alligator. Alligator snapping turtles are brutal, dude. Dwarves visiting. Cool. Comped, compromised, stolen, taken, fraudulent charges. I don't know what else to say. From your recent move, movers are... Oh, wait, really? Yours got comped and it was already maxed out? Yeah, I get you. That's kind of amusing, not gonna lie. Chad, I hate how many views that video's getting, by the way. If that video ends up being my most viewed video, I'm gonna be mad at you guys. This is your fault. How dare. Alright, so this is my clothing stockpile, and there's just clothes everywhere, which means dwarves own this clothing, probably. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where's that artifact at? Somebody nicked an artifact. You son of a bitch. So you know what I'm going to do? Because I don't want messy dwarves leaving clothing everywhere. So we're just going to throw this shit out. You don't want it? Okay. We'll get rid of it. Oh, hey, shit. I haven't seen soap yet. Look at this. Don't mind the body in there. Look at this. We got dog soap. Glorious. And then I had a couple of hours to play the tutorial last night before you noticed that plump helmets are withering. How do you avoid that? Have a big enough stockpile with enough storage for your plump helmets. And dwarves with free time that can harvest them. You're always at 0? There's a tutorial on how I make drinks, but we have a big stockpile specifically for drinks. We have a good number of stills, and then as needed, I make standing orders for drinks. We grow plump helmets over here, and we grow plump helmets over here. We also grow pigtails over here. And the combination of those things makes for pretty efficient food growth. So something I want to do is we went into the caverns yesterday, and we started getting into here. I just want to check a few things. Specifically, yes, okay, so bridge is hooked up. I want to fill this up with weapon traps because I don't trust these caverns, like at all. So what we're going to do is we are going to fill this up with weapon traps. Do dwarves need both cabinets and chests in their rooms? So chests, they store the items that they... So if you're making crafts like crowns, necklaces, rings, bracelets, any of that stuff, they gather that stuff up and they wear them and they keep them and they claim them for themselves. And sometimes they want to take them off and store them. Sometimes they just like to hoard things. So they put that into chests or coffers. And then with cabinets, their clothing will wear out, but they'll want to keep it. So they take off their clothing and they put it in the cabinets. So if you have chests and cabinets, they will keep their items in those places. Sax, thank you very much for the raid check. And I get some beers for the raiders. Also, Pie Jamming Mang redeemed a dwarf. I do see that. What kind of dwarf would you like? Do you have any preference? Let's make some weapon traps. I do not want to use closest material for these. Although those are cage traps. Weapon traps, that's the one I want. You. Oh, there's no all button on these? Man. Darn! I'll forgive you. I do not have enough weapons for this. All right, back up at the top. Work orders. Sword. We're also making those spiked iron ball. Actually, I could just use spiked iron balls because I have so many of those. Those are good trap mechs. Where are my balls at? They're there. Thank you so much for the Dwarf Fortress community for being welcome to new players. It isn't always the case with a game that has dedicated fans that are getting a new wave of players. I think like I don't want to like speak for other communities, but I think like the difference between Dwarf Fortress and a lot of those other communities that you might be referring to, Pitbull, is in Dwarf Fortress, we've been screaming that other people should play this game for decades. Literally, and begging people and welcoming people and making tutorials and like welcome threads and questions and answers threads on the subreddit and the forums and like inviting people to discords and asking people so nicely. How do floor traps work? You place the trap, put the thing in it the thing asks for, and if a thing steps in it, it activates. It doesn't hurt your dwarves. And literally, like, it's like we've been begging people to play this game for so long. So I think like there's a lot of, and I don't know, I don't want to speak for the whole community here, but like at least for myself, it's very much just been like this exercise in frustration, like, it's too hard. Perhaps stupid question that this came off as, you got an elven poet as a citizen, and she's a legendary clother and loomer, and she makes elf and human side She will make the clothing size that you order, so you'll have to order elf or human-sized clothing for it to be elf or human-sized. I'm gonna grab this dwarf before it gets too far away. You want a scholar who's also in a squad. I'm sitting here going, I don't think I have a single scholar. So let me assign a dwarf that's in a squad to as a scholar, and then we can name that. If that works. I'm a senior dwarf fortress veteran. Man, you make me sound old. Yeah, I don't have a single scholar. So here, what I'll do is I'll give you shortast in the military, and then name that. The game made it to modern art museums before an official leaf. No wonder the community is happy to see more folk. No, totally. Like, this is not your average dwarfy community, okay? Okay, we'll give you shortast, if that works. So now where's shortast? That's the question. There you are. You're a little sad, but you're working. But personality-wise, he has an unbreakable focus and a great feel for social relationships, and a good feel for the surrounding space, willpower and kinesthetic sense, actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. And he has a low sense of self-esteem, but he is a friendly individual and does not often feel lustful. Carpal tunnel simulator? I don't have carpal tunnel. What are you on about? And I've got thousands of hours on this game. Just stretch your wrists. I'll show you wrist stretches in a second. After playing a bit of DF on Steam, your fortress is smaller than what you used to play, for example, in the Phoebus tile set because of the zoom level. Yeah, that kind of makes me sad, actually, that you can't zoom out and see the whole map anymore. Here's an idea, a brand new Succession game, aka Boat Matter, but with bigger DF streamers. I'm working on something behind the stream, except for charity. So I want to. I would really like to. We'll see what we can make happen. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he is stubborn, though he is conflicted by this part of himself as he is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world, and he has a sense of humor. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally believes that peace is preferable to war, and he thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity. He sees working hard as a foolish waste of time, and he believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. He doesn't particularly respect commerce and dreams of raising a family. You bet that a Zoom expansion mod will be in the workshop fairly soon? I wonder. I wonder if that's something that people can mod. I don't know what the limits of the modding are. Shortast likes conglomerate, nickel, yellow zircon, reindeer for their large herds, and the words of the earth and diamonds, and when possible prefers to consume cap hopper and passion fruit wine, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. Work smart, not hard? Sure. For sure. You're distracted. So you want a break from training, basically. But you don't seem to be disliking your training. Oh no. This is a very small detail. I think you're gelded. I don't... DF is in your top 4. Gotcha. Next. Well, good to hear that your Twitch wrap worked out. I'm pretty... Yep. Just to check. Yeah, you do in fact have no balls. You can't. So not. You can't order it to. You can't order a dwarf to be gelded, Tropic Communist, or Invisible Man, but it can happen. It's got X's on either side of the little symbol there. I'm like 99% sure that's what that one means. So. I'm correct? Yep. So, I mean, you're a scholar military dwarf who is gelded. I mean, that's like some Game of Thrones shit. You watched Twitch more than I did. Animal. Congrats. I looked at my Twitch strap and you watched Twitch more than I did. Harry is gamer. It's been a while since you've subbed here. Welcome back. Good to have you back, Harry is gamer. It's been busy here. So yeah, anyway, this dwarf's gelded. Wants to socialize and wants to stay occupied. Apparently, drill is not staying occupied, but there you go. All right, so our new military dwarves are getting to work. We're going to select our schedule. I think I'm going to put them on monthly on and off, except I'm going to edit monthly schedule and keep them always equipped, just so that they're always at the ready. So they're going to stagger train on and off orders, except also this squad, the new squad, is going to be training all the time. Old squad is going to be on staggered, so they're going to be allowed to go do other things when they're not training. So staggered training and not staggered training, so they can go do other stuff. We have diplomacy. That then immediately disappeared. Oh, when I clicked it. That's obviously a good sign. How can you get new people to stay? If they petition for residency and you accept it, they will live in your fort for a year, and then after a year, they can petition for permanent residency. So it's kind of like a staggered, like, citizenship application system. Diplomacy is the trade depot? Yeah, but there's no traders here. So I don't know why that diplomacy menu popped up for a second. Is there a diplomat here? I love the fact that I have a bunch of, like, guests that are just living in the creek. Is this, like, set as a zone or something? Or are they, like, trying to get into the tavern and the tavern's not public? They might be trying to get to the tavern and the tavern's not public. Let's see. Is the tavern public? Let's make the tavern public. What could go wrong? Everything's gone wrong already. What could get worse? And also, I'm going to turn off the water flow so that our lads here so I remember which one this is. I'm gonna pull this lever and let these guys out, because there's apparently just like a bunch of dudes in the stream. We got some visiting lizard dudes and this amphibian man of the Diablo games. I've seen it. A lot of people saying, "Oh, this reminds me of this. This reminds me of that." I think it reminds me of a lot of good stuff. Thanks for the YouTube tutorials. No problem. They ain't going anywhere. They're streamers. Wow, Joe. Also, hi, Joe. It's good to see you. Oh, this is Mark Zuckerberg and his friends talking about the metaverse. You know, you're not wrong. 100 times already, probably. But you wanted a military squad to wear armor off duty in case of danger too, but they kept stripping it. I literally just turned that setting on so I can show you again. So if you select a squad, actually, let's use a squad that's not running right now. If you go to schedule, right? And then you go to monthly, you can then edit these. So it's set to, like after they're trained, I set them to just the staggered training, just so that they don't get rusty. But you can also do this in off duty. So if you set it to staggered and training, you could just set them to ready, where they just go off duty and have no orders and hang around, which is an option. Or you could go to, if you want them to be training, set it to equip always. By default, it's equip orders only, but set it to equip always, so that when they equip their armor, they're always equipped. By default, it says orders only. So when it says orders only, they will only have stuff equipped when they're training or being sent out to do stuff. You got a Cyclops in your fort pretty early, and you had one weapon, an Iron Mace, and so you drafted everyone and pummeled them. The Cyclops went unconscious, and they just kept hitting it. I killed a giant with... Why is the, like, You're under attack music playing. That's not concerning. Anyway, yeah, we tripped the giant over and we just kicked him to death. Oh. Casual vampires ever? I mean, there is a vampire in my prison, but they've been there for a while. We're not under siege, but this music feels like CG music. Also, what kind of armor is this that you're wearing? I guess they're wearing all this bronze shit that they picked up from the previous siege. All right, well, we're gonna go up here and we're gonna set this. We're going to allow all of our squads to train here. Oh, maybe because I'm messing with military, yeah. A giant sperm whale yet? Post pics? I haven't seen a giant sperm whale yet, no. I actually haven't been settling on ocean biomes because I kind of hate the way the ocean spray looks and it makes me really sad. Ocean biomes used to be one of my favorite places to settle in Dwarf Fort, and I think that the spray looks really bad in this version, and it makes me kind of sad. Another streamer had a Forgotten Beast wipe out their fortress. A giant two-tailed orange alligator? Really? That was fun to watch. Yeah, I'm sure. Speaking of fun to watch, maybe that's why there was music. Cavern dwellers, send them back to the darkness, and it sends me to a part of the cavern I can't see. Well, that's good news. Techno trolling. The fun has just begun, quite literally. All right, I'm gonna just send them to right there and see what shows up. Anything web spitting is dangerous as fuck, dude. So YouTube would know what you like, just so that you know. Thank you, Shiny Links. You're doing God's work. Or torturing yourself. And you know, frankly, whatever you're into, I ain't here to judge. So there's apparently cavern dwellers. You can't remove natural ramps. Use this button. The remove ramps button. Click dig. Click on the stairs with the X on it. It's also how you remove constructed stuff like walls. All right. So, military running down there? Or can they not access it?
Crypt clerk, as you were good, sir. I must run. Hope the fun continues.
The alerts are stupidly delayed. And the reason they are stupidly delayed is because you crazies out there are following me so much that Streamlabs doesn't know how to handle it. Apparently there's cavern dwellers, but they don't actually appear to be attacking me. All right, well. Can I even get over there? Let's see. Let's just like station them here. I don't think they can access that side. They might be able to get to this side though. You forgot to follow. You guys want to see something wild? You guys want to see how many people are following me right now? It's crazy to me anyway. Like just have a look at this shit. Like that's why the alerts are delayed. Like It's because Streamlabs doesn't know how to handle it. Obviously, it speeds up when I show the dashboard, but... I used to get... this isn't flexing. This is me being thankful. I used to get, like, maybe... So where are these freaking cavern crawlers at? I used to get, like, maybe 80 follows a month, 90 follows a month. I've been getting, like, 500 to 600 a day. So, I'm not flexing. I'm thanking you guys. All right, so it doesn't actually appear that there's anything coming towards us. So I'm going to let them back to training. Or just cancel that order. Just let them go do what they want to do. Seems like it, Bullet Sponge. Seems like it. I'm glad you enjoyed the streams, Locked Wolf. Might need to put you guys in slow mode again. Also, Gakumaru, thanks for that tier 1 subscription. Cheers. All right, so I think I'm going to make this... Just because, based on the last experience with the caverns, I don't trust the caverns, so I'm going to make a second barracks. Second barracks is going to be down here. We are going to pretty it up a little bit. I'm going to put beds in here. Maybe beds up in this area. We'll add this into this barracks. We're going to get them sleeping down here. And we're going to get them working and training down here. Because I don't trust these cavern layers anymore. I did previously, but I don't now. Are you still alive in this fort? Yeah, you're still alive. Deaths have actually been quite low. Oh, combat. Combat, combat. Spear Dwarf is fighting with a Reacher. Spear Dwarf stabs the troglodyte in the right upper leg with his steel spear, fracturing the bone. A tendon has been torn. The force pulls the right hip apart, tearing the muscle, bruising the muscle. That was a lot of combat, apparently. Where is this? It was one troglodyte, I think. Spear Dwarf then stabs the Reacher in the head with his steel spear, and the injured part is cloven asunder, which was that. Well, rip the Reacher, I suppose. Ain't no rest for the Reacher. Just dead. Just death. You just made soap for the first time in DF. Congrats. You are now a professional dwarf fortresser. If like, seriously, jokes aside, if you can make soap, you are a pro at Dwarf Fort. Do beings have HP? So things don't have HP in Dwarf Fort. They have blood. If they run out of blood, the thing dies. So it's based off of, like, density of skin, armor, the sharpness of metals, and how much that you can make a thing bleed, which is why killing undead creatures is so difficult, because undead creatures have a different rule set. They don't bleed. They have to be mangled. When an undead creature is mangled, then it stops being... When you first started playing, making soap was your objective, you gave up. Yeah, so if a the peasant Saigon revealed the presence of entranced squeezes, the tattooed defense to the human bowman Ted. Don't tell Ted about our artifacts, you weirdo. That's a bad idea. Did someone gift you a sub? Probably. If you check the your notifications up in the top right, that. Him and Krug have been your go-to for DF content for a while. I found blind through Krug. Wow. I wonder how long it's gonna take for people to find Krug through me. By the way, if you guys haven't heard of the YouTuber Krug Smash, you should go watch his stuff. Hello, ad. I'm sorry. It's unfortunately part of the industry now. 4 of them? They should be short. Must have been yesterday. You totally missed it. Yep. All right, are we through ads, chat? Shout when we're through ads. It says there's 9 seconds left, so they gotta be done pretty soon. You watching Krug try and bumble around with the new UI was great. Yeah, I watched a little bit of it. I skipped through because he's played some biomes I haven't really messed with yet. Because I've been sticking to like more normal stuff that I would want new players to try. I don't really want new players to be jumping into, you know, haunted biomes and shit. Tolis, thanks for gifting us up to Madwack. You're through, welcome through, and you don't need to go through that again because Tolis is a god. Thank you for bestowing the gift of no ads. Tolis. What, like the zombies? Is that what you mean by dead stuff? Zombies look like zombies to me. Maybe not to you. Smiler Miles. Thanks for the prime. Same with you, Taz. Appreciate you. Why not? Like, okay. Swear that I just set that up, but I guess I didn't. Have to be careful about building in caverns because that's what annoys the critters down here now. So, not gonna build more than I need to. I'm also going to make a stockpile down here. And this stockpile is going to be for trap pieces. Weapons and trap components. Spiked balls out of metal. Any metal. Can look undead if they've been dead for a really long time when you revive them. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen... I've seen some intelligent undead stuff. I saw ones that just straight up looked like skeletons, though, so... I don't know. I kind of don't like the intelligent undead standing out immediately, and that was always something that kind of bothered me. So I kind of... I don't know. I'm kind of a fan of them being less obvious, I guess. I'm doing that right now. That's what we're building. This is becoming a barracks right here. Banchu. Should you go buy another beer in real life? I'm going to do that tonight. So appreciate the subs for the beer fund today, chat. But yeah, this is literally going to be a barracks right here. Because we only broke into the caverns at the end of yesterday, so... Cheers, Craze. It depends. Are they changing the way the wildlife works? Requires a new world. Are they patching behind-the-scenes crashes? Doesn't require a new world. So it's like if it's game crashes, doesn't require a new world. If it's like, oh, we changed how agitation works and the rate at which shit attacks you, that's gonna require a new world. Yep. I mean, Navy has single-handedly paid my rent before, and then he just like tunes out. It's like Navy's a fucking wizard. He's just like, he just shows up, my rent's paid, and then he disappears off into... No problem, Grass Girl. You're a wizard, Navy. But no, like, I'm not joking when I say that Navy's saved me before a couple of times. My landlord is 2 ladies, actually, and one of them's cute. I think the other one's her mom. Never asked, but... Yep. No, the review is the most viewed video I have right now. Or hourly. You wish you were a cute landlord? I mean, I don't know. Work in that industry then? Have I ever banned anyone ever before? I've banned 3 people yesterday. What? Have I ever banned anyone? I banned 3 people yesterday, man. What kind of question is that? Why? For being cunts. Why else do you ban people? How could you? Yeah, I mean, like, duh. What kind of dumb question is that? Like, very few people ask dumb questions in my chat. That was a dumb question. What up, guys? Not much, Brewhog. Yourself, sir? You have mod people for that? I mean, not always. And sometimes I see it first. Believe it or not, some people on the internet are dicks. Wait, like, that happens sometimes. So are those cavern dwellers coming? I don't think they can reach me. I think they're off on this side. And I kind of don't want to mine over to them. I mean, well, actually, I could mine over to them. Let's do this. Doop-a-doop. That looks ugly. That looks less ugly. Still looks ugly, though. Those cavern dwellers did give me a nice warning, though, so now I can prep for them. If you watch my stream a ton, if you need a mod, I've never seen your name before, or at least don't recall seeing it. And I've got people that have been watching me for 8 to 10 plus years, in some cases, who've been modding for me. So, actually, a 10 plus is mostly a lie, with the exception of one person. So 8 plus years. So I will stick to the people that have been watching me for a very long time. Or like, you know, the people that I've slept on their sofa before. What is a mod? I don't know, animal. I don't know. Child was born. And a farmer stumbling around obliviously. Beers for the baby, Chad. Beers for the baby. I do respect the attempt, but like, I will definitely keep you in mind if I'm ever desperately in search of a mod, but... You met me a month ago, but clearly you deserve a sword. Hey, I just met you. This is crazy. But here's my user. So, mod me maybe. For whatever it's worth, she went to high school with one of my friends, so, like, I can still make Carly Rae Jepsen memes, and it's, like, not old. I think it's sassy when people ask to mod. Generally, in my experience, if you ask to be modded, you will never get modded in a channel. I'll be kind to you, but you will never get it. You beard 268 times. Hell yeah, Raz. How you been, dude? You know what's funny? There was one time somebody modded me in a stream, and I was like, don't ever mod me. It's a bad idea. And then I got belligerently drunk a couple days later and banned half of his chat. So yeah, don't mod people unless you trust them. As someone who moderates a 300,000 plus Discord community, good fucking Christ, I'm sorry for your life. That sounds awful. Jesus, man. Wow. I Thanos'd his Twitch chat in like 2015. Yeah. Is there no effective way to implement no one who wants it is a true actually. Unwilling politicians would probably be better than willing politicians. People like having power over others. Some people pay to have people who like having power over others have power over them. It's a business model. Like, they should just go, like, look into being a dom. What? That's an industry. It's quite profitable, too. Like, seriously. Also, hey, Seraphim. For real, the sub market is flooded? Based on how many subs I've been getting the past 4 days, I would tend to agree. It was a joke. Don't hate me, chat. Wow. To be fair, it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. You get to tolerate my sense of humor now that you guys are here. Or you'll leave, and that's also a very legitimate possibility. You know, it's actually kind of funny, chat. I'm just gonna respond indirectly to a comment I just got on that video that I uploaded. Boris, thanks for subscribing. I don't think Dwarf Fortress is the most complicated game ever made. I would like to just take Dwarf Fortress and raise you Guy Gatsby's War in the East. That shit's like, or fucking Aurora 4X. That joke deserved a sub. Does that joke get a dom though? That's the actual question. BRB, I need to go rewatch Fast and the Furious. Shit's 40 chess. Crusader King's easy as fuck. It's just got a long tutorial. Family. It's about family, chat. That joke was about family, and this dwarf is very satisfied at their job. Although this dwarf is depressed that they haven't been able to practice a martial art. So hey, Yuzvash, I've got a job for you. You right down here. Yuvash the miner. Fortunately, I don't have that many miners to search through. Yuvash, the bone carver. You want to go actually practice carving some bones. Xenonauts? Xenonauts is so fucking good. I hope that sequel lives up to the first one. Do they come from the tower? Are you getting invaded on the surface or the caverns? Can ask. Surface? Select their armor. I'm assuming they're wearing armor. Select their armor. Actually, does it say that they're agitated is the first question I have. But if they're wearing armor, select their armor and click on their armor and see if their armor has descriptions. It might have symbols. Because if it has symbols, the symbols might be of that civilization, and it'll give you some information as to where they're coming from. They don't generally say where they're coming from in Dwarf Fort. Fisher dwarves are perpetually upset because they're always getting rained on when they're out sword. Dwarves don't make dwarves' friends fish. This is just kind of the reality of this. All right, let's see. Can we see them? There's definitely a lot of cave spiders over here. Those cute little cavies. Up, 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 up. Troll. What are we doing right now? I'm looking for these supposed threatening critters in the caves, but I can't find them, so we're looking for them. Okay, but your fisher dwarf gets really ticked off. Well, you should let him fish inside. Give him like a fishing hut. Make it into a fishing zone. And give him like a room to fish in. You're doing something wrong. There's nothing to catch fish when you're fishing for 5 minutes. There's nothing to fish then. Fish respawns in the spring. You know, they're a seasonal thing. Troll sprite looks good. I like the look of the troll sprite. Now let's cut his head off. Although he's not going to be able to get over to me. Hey, some migrants have arrived. I need to make more bedrooms. How can you fish with dynamite? By installing a mod that gives you dynamite. Dwarf Fortress doesn't have dynamite. Although... Well, okay, so you could put a barrel of alcohol into the water, and then you could dump water, one tile of lava directly onto the barrel of alcohol, and then the barrel will explode. But that's probably more effort than it's worth. But yeah, fishing is it's the most stressful profession for a dwarf, and one of the most dangerous professions for a dwarf. Potentially, yeah. But that's why I'm going to dig through. We're going to take a look. I'm scouting. Are carp still a thing? I mean, they're still in the game. But the carp bug was actually very similar. Chat, y'all are familiar with Gandhi nukes the world bug in Civilization, right? You guys all know about that bug, right? Like, you guys are all well acquainted with Gandhi gets so kind that he nukes the world. The carp bug was very similar to that, and it's been fixed long time ago. The way the carp bug worked was things would just gain strength by doing things, and swimming was one of the fastest ways that you'd gain strength, and there was no cap on the amount of strength that carp could gain. So they would eventually just gain so much carp that they would just climb up out of the water and just start running across the land and like attacking people. Also, I think somebody modded it back in. I'm pretty sure I saw that on the Steam Workshop when I was looking the other night. So just go check the Steam Workshop for killer carp, and I'm sure you can acquire some killer carp. Okay, so where were these cavern dwellers then? Yeah, I'm not seeing any cavern dwellers. So wherever they are, they can't get to us currently, so we'll just let them do their thing while we prep our defenses. Nope, that's still in the game. It's just been toned down a lot. Dwarves used to gain cavern adaptation. Actually, there was one bug where at one point where they'd start with cavern adaptation, which was hilarious because you'd start a new fort, you'd spawn in on your wagon, and everybody would immediately vomit, which was just very funny. No, that's called cave adaptation. If you force them to live underground permanently for like a year or two, they will start puking. So that is very much still in the game. You think that vomiting version was when you tried DF? Was that like 2 years ago-ish? Because I'm pretty sure it was like the 2020 patch that did that. If it was like 2 years ago, like at the start of the right at the start of the pandemic, that would be when that patch was, if I remember correctly. I'm just filling this up with something so stuff can't fly in when we close the gate. All right. Tavern Catbug. Tavern Catbug was not awesome. It was very frustrating, but is funny to think about in hindsight. I'm currently just making sure that my caverns are secured. Bunch of letters and numbers. Hi, new to DF, or bad at Baduk. You love the new beginners tutorial so far? Cheers. Next episode is already recorded and ready to go, and I will get the rest done, or I will do another episode tonight, or another 2 episodes tonight, probably. Are cave lizard people friendly? No. If they come from the surface and they're listed as a guest, then yes, they are friendly. If they don't come from the surface and are not listed as guest, they are not friendly. Okay, we're going to mine out more hematite. Let's set this to auto mine. And then I'm just going to go down multiple layers, and all this stuff that's green has been designated to be mined. We're also going to mine out gems and anything else that we find. So let's see, we got green jades. Also in late summer, so we're going to have to trade soon. Cassiterite. Citrines, some more gems, more citrines. Okay, well that's in an area I can't get to. Jantron, thank you very much for that subscription. Cheers. Exclamation point YouTube if you want to get to my YouTube channel. Also, another thing, if you want to listen to me talk about Dwarf Fortress, exclamation point podcast. Go listen to the most recent episode. Me and my... there's a naked goblin scholar in the fort. He is carrying a book called The Dreams of Carmine Velvet, which contains a 68, almost nice, page manual entitled The Dreams of Carmine Velvet, authored by Senang Osnongem. It concerns the Carmine Velvet and is a dance form. Oh, it's a book. Okay, so it's a book up. I knew it was. It's a book about dancing. And the writing has a hint of viciousness to it. The prose is amateurish at best, and it is coated with water. So he's carrying a soaking wet book about dancing. Are you any good at dancing? He's an adequate schemer. Novice wordsmith. Legendary poet. Okay. Bye-bye, goblin. Unless he's stealing that book from me, which is also possible. Anybody cool in my library? Not currently. We're gonna put some writing, or try and get some more writing material in here, I think. Read People in the Age of Myth. I'm kind of curious about that book. What is that book? We stole it earlier, so. The written portion consists of a 165-page chronicle entitled People in the Age of Myth, authored by Canus Hocklethor. It concerns the group of Summers. Overall, this is a terrible compilation of information. The work has 3 chapters. Terrible? Really? The work has 3 chapters. The first chapter concerns the devouring of the water buffalo bull of the group of chambers by the rock named Strogag in the summer of oak in Steamytal, which is a place, in the late spring of 117. In the second chapter concerns the devouring of the cat of the group of Summers by the same rock in the same year, in the same place. The third chapter covers the devouring of another cat in the same place by a tiger man named Problem Finger in Steamytal in the early summer of 134. So it's a terrible book about a cat being eaten by a tiger man and a cat and a water buffalo being eaten by a rock, which is a giant bird of prey. I love the part when it's just like, it's trash. Yes, exactly, Ocean Fran. Exactly. Problem Finger. Yeah, that's a name. It's probably a children's book. I don't know about, or what, like a child wrote it? Adopts him? That or it's just somebody's first book. Hmm. Does kind of sound like an Ace Ventura book, doesn't it? Well, okay then. I'm going to pause the game chat because ads are about to run. So we're going to pause the game for a minute and 30 seconds. I'm just going to read book descriptions. What are you reading? You're reading People in the Age of Myth. You're reading The Diamond and the Hare. Is that like the turtle and the hare? I think it's like the quality of the writing. So I think it can also like count for the handwriting, like the skill of the person. It's based on the skill of the person doing the writing initially. So it just means that it's somebody's first book, probably. All right. The written portion consists of a 29-page novel. Well, it's a light novel entitled Diamond and the Hare, authored by Servesh. The writing has no particular subject, and it is excessively ornate, but it is amateurish at best. Has your dwarf gotten time for any scholarly pursuits yet? Unlikely, because you're, I think, still training. I don't think we've made it through 6 months for you to cycle into non-training. Yeah, exactly. It's like they did a ton of calligraphy, but like they wrote it terribly. Like there's a lot of spelling errors in it. Nepflea, thanks for the Prime sub. Cheers. Something else I kind of want to do is I kind of want to do like a proper like temple complex, because like I have the holy shit, that temple is busy. It's like I have this temple, I have this temple, and I have this temple, right? These two are like specific temples, and then this one is just like a public temple. Also, look at this. We've got a visitor. What are you? You an old man? You kind of look like an old. Could be wrong. Humanoid creature with, oh no, it's a blind cave fish man. Lady. Person. It's a me fish. It's a me fish. Man, person. Are too small in the frame? Yeah, that's something that it's like Tarn was saying in the Future of the Fortress, which was on the 1st of this month. So they're the forum Q&A that Tarn does every month. He was saying that they do have the capability of upgrading the engine to be able to do like, what's the word? Like face sprites, like full picture generated faces, akin to something like a Paradox game, but it would require an engine upgrade, which would take time, so it's a low priority, which I think is respectable. What's the difference between a hunter and a trained animal and a war train? So a like a hunter trained animal and a war trained animal. So a war trained animal is assigned to a squad and goes out on raids and follows the patrolling squad. A hunter trained animal, which also I should do by the way, because I have a fuckload of dogs. And then a hunting trained animal just on its own will just go out and kill animals and drag them back, and then your butchers will butcher them. Well, see, here's the thing. Every update this get means better performance. This version of the game runs better than the last major version of the game. I'm actually going to, I think, upgrade my farming, because I do actually have a fuckload of livestock, so I might as well upgrade my farm. So I think the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to make a turkey pen right here. This is going to be like primarily for like fowl and like burbs. And then I'm going to do a dog training pen right next to it. And the dog training pen is going to be where we're going to hunt or train hunting dogs and military dogs. We're going to do burbs, and also where we're going to like acquire them to be made into food, obviously. You can't keep them all. You can't train them all. All right, let's see if we hit aquifer. That's the question. And also on lower priority, I'm going to auto-mine out these veins. Diplomacy. Why does diplomacy keep popping up and then I click it and it disappears? There's a bug going on there. That's for sure. Is there a way to restart on the same map? You could kill the timeline and re-embark on the same location. Or you can reclaim the fort. So, like, let's just say something horrible happened. And you are like, I died. You could reclaim the same fortress and have the exact same fortress layout and then fix your previous mistakes. But I think you mean, like, having a fresh embark on the same map. If you, say, generate a map and you're like, man, I really, really like this world, or you want to be able to play it later, or you want to send it to a friend, go to the go to your game files in Steam or on itch or whatever. Go to local files, hit browse, and when it pops up, just go to save. Those are all your worlds. So just copy one of those. Copy paste it. That Steam library, though, yeah. See, here's the thing. I get so many keys for games. I've bought maybe like a fifth of these. Most of these have just been keys that have been given to me over the years. I have testers to find bugs? Yep. Well, Kipfox has a small team of beta testers, which are mostly modders who've been modding the game for years. But there's also a room on the... there's also a mod on the... What's the word? Or not a mod. A room on the Kitfox Discord, which is a forum, and you can send in bug reports there. So if you type an !DF in the chat, my brain forms sentences correctly. Type an !DF in the chat. There's a link to the Kitfox Discord, and you can join the Kitfox Discord, and that'll hopefully be helpful. Are you happier now that you aren't in the military? Let's see. I'm going to make this dwarf, this stonecrafter, into a tavern keeper. I think. This guy. Also, this dwarf kind of looks like Crypt Comfy. I beg your fucking pardon? Oh. Okay, that's cool. We got some fun guests, chat. We got some fun guests. We're going to need another tavern keeper. We're going to need a bigger tavern, actually. What is that even? It's a necromancer experiment. So this is a warrior of Alothoteb, and they're a poet. They're a poet. HE3, thanks for that subscription. Cheers. So necromancer experiments. Let's talk about necromancer experiments, chat. Necromancer experiments are creatures that they're basically Frankenstein's monsters. So necromancers have several weird hobbies. And also, what is this? Boiling extract. So this guy's outputting boiling extract. Hopefully you're not hurting. I don't think he's hurting people with that. All right. My phone's going off. Why is my phone going off? I'm gonna mute notifications and turn off my data. So, there are so many humanoids now. Yeah, they all have their own sprites too. So these guys don't have custom sprites yet. The necromancers or the were creatures now do. So I'm assuming these are generic sprites, these dark colored sprites. Same with the forgotten beasts. They don't have their procedurally generated sprites yet. Those are still being worked on. But they'll sneak in with patches as stuff goes. So essentially, they got your credit card yet? No, actually it was Twitter deciding to send me notifications. So essentially what these are is they are Frankenstein's monsters made by necromancers. Necromancers can raise creatures from the dead, but also in world generation they can create experiments. And experiments are when they basically take a creature and they turn it into something else, and they're unique from world to world. So they are randomly generated amalgamations of different creatures. And they can have they can be anything from just like weird floating blobs that just like expunge liquids, or they can be flying lizards. You found you recently when Cringer mentioned you on stream. You know, fun fact, this maybe just like a humble brag here. I remember watching Cringer when he was streaming Arma mods to 8 people. He's grown so much, and I'm so proud of him. I love Cringer. His stuff's great. Good friend of him. Anyway. So let's see what this thing looks like. He's a small one-eyed humanoid. It is twisting, and it has a twisting jointed trunk, which I do see. Okay, so you can see it has a trunk. Its charcoal skin is sleek and smooth. Maybe they do have custom sprites. He does have a chunk. He is charcoal. Charcoal's skin is sleek and smooth. This night creature was first created by the dwarven necromancer Onul of Deer Cloister. After horrible experiments on the dwarf were whip-prisoned in Bolt-combed in the year 222. She's very strong and really susceptible to disease. Oh, that's interesting. She is muscular. So here's something interesting about these guys, right? Initially, they are evil, right? They are evil by default. They are always evil. But after they've existed for a little bit, because they're initially like completely brainwashed by necromancers, they can be kidnapped and they can run away. This one either ran away or was kidnapped and lived somewhere else for a bit and became members of different groups. So let's see, are you still a member of Deer Cloister's group? Okay, so former member of the Pale Wire, which has to be the name of the group that they were part of previously. And they then went and joined the Fences of Tremeling. Tremeling? 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 We'll start working as a... You know, I mean, honestly, it's very rare that I just do this off the bat, mind. But sometimes... I don't know. I'm gonna leave it. All right. So the Fences of Tremeling, right? So he joined this group and then moved to this group. So the Pale Wire is the group that made him, probably. This game is so bizarre sometimes. That's what makes it entertaining, though. An adequate speaker. Novice poet and wordsmith. So he's a novice, so he's new to this. He knows the poetic form, the sensual desserts. Yeah, what's that turtle soup said, Phil and Phil? You can't believe that the artificial monster got out of his necromancer tower and then showed up at your fort because he decided he didn't want to kill and wanted to dance? I mean, let's read this guy's personality, you know? DM. He never feels tempted to overindulge in anything, and rarely tries to assert himself in conversation. Feels strong need to pay back any favor done for him, but is a pessimist and rarely feels discouraged. Can handle stress and is slow to anger. Likes to brawl and isn't particularly ambitious. Is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently. Wait, so literally everything. Is uncomfortable around people. From himself and does not often feel lustful. Is quick to form negative views about things and has a notable lack of perseverance. Pretty chill monster. Personally, greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity, and is deeply dislikes competition. I had a necromancer experiment once that was my outpost liaison. So the dwarf or person that you talk with when the dwarves come to trade. And it was a feathered humanoid that could fly, right? We hadn't built a tavern yet, so there was nowhere for it to visit. So it just sat at the top of the map and just flapped its wings there and flew at the very center of the top of the map and actually spotted a thief for us before we saw it, which is kind of cool. So what's this petition for? So Sweat Shadow wishes to stay here to entertain guests and visitors. Who's Sweat Shadow? Hold on, what's your first name? Nanette. You sometimes want to look at who wants to stay before. As you can see, we have a lot of poets here right now. A lot of naked elves, too. Was it the poet that? Oh, absolutely. Anyway, we now have this necromancer experiment in my chat. Or in the fort. They're a guild of poets? No, they're just hanging out here. He's also, like, expelling this boiling liquid, which fortunately it doesn't seem to be hurting anybody. I don't think it's hurting anybody. But, I mean... Is he visiting? Well, he's part of the fort now. Are people taking their clothes off? I think that there's just a bunch of naked elves in my fort. I don't know why they're naked. They do have books. They're here for the tavern, I think. I don't want to question what the elves do, but there are naked elves in my fort. It's not too uncommon. Why is the experiment farting? He's not farting. He's oh. We got things to worry about now, chat. Can you assign that creature to my army? In 1 year, if it doesn't die or go insane while staying here, we should make some bedrooms for my tavern. In 1 year, he can the creature can petition for full citizenship. And if he does, then he can join my army. Deadly dust can be dangerous, yeah. The Forgotten Beast. Sasmish Kakalurkrib. Sish has come. A giant humanoid composed of golden beryl. It has wings, and it appears to be emaciated. Beware, it's deadly dust. We do have soap. I cannot tell the experiment to do anything because he's not a full member of the fortress. He's simply a permanent resident. So I can't actually tell him to do anything. Sounds like one hell of a good bar, actually, Communist. Can I put a bunch of tables and thrones in a dining room? Some dwarves seem like they want their own. I mean, if you want to like assign individual tables to individual dwarves and get super granular about that, you can absolutely do that, yeah. Like, if you want to make 166 tables and 166 thrones and place them all in one massive tavern and then assign individual ones to individual dwarves, totally. You could 1,000% do that if you want. All right, let's just pause this thing and see where it's at. Also, chat room, I would like to remind everybody that the game's running at like 60 FPS, and there's like 100 visitors on this map. The game's running great. You spooky looking dude, look at that. Okay, so it can fly. So I'm going to turn on Not everybody's assigned to it, but that's fine. And then assign both of the squads to station down here. And I'm going to go into here. There's so many things that aren't assigned. You see, I now have this poet in here. Assign them to this one, and then we'll do the other one. That's that. You're overwhelmed. You need to get all of your dwarves' needs met. See, here's the thing that you need to remember. You can't fix everyone, and you can't help everyone. Just like real life, Some dwarves will always be broken, and you just kind of have to accept that. Dwarf Fortress is a god game colony builder that has a massive world simulation element, but this dwarf's gonna go die. But also, on top of that, a little bit of lemmings. RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress are very different games, so forget everything you know about RimWorld, young moops. Because in RimWorld, moods are all temporary. In Dwarf Fortress, they're all permanent. So if something happens to a dwarf, it's permanent. So just, like, it's got nothing, it's nothing like the way it works in Rim. All right, you're gonna die probably. Elf? Or a human. Sorry, where are you going here? Okay, well, it's in an area I can't get to, so we need to pay attention. It might also just not be pathing to us. I mean, wouldn't your life be flipped all upside down if you... So, okay, the thing about getting rained on, think about it in this perspective, right? It's not getting rained on once. A day in Dwarf Fortress is about 20 to 30 seconds. So if you have a dwarf, and they sleep maybe once a month, so if you were working around the clock, 24 hours a day, in a mud puddle, would that traumatize you? Like, think about it. He's probably pathing to go kill a bunch of trolls. Nah, you'd be fine? Okay. Well, then you're stronger than a dwarf. But, like, if you think that would be a rough month, then you kind of understand where the critters are coming from. All right, I'm going to turn this zone off, and we're just going to stare at where this beastie is. Like, if you genuinely feel that you'd be fine if you were in that situation, then honestly, like, you're a stronger person than me. Be like doing the trenches in World War I? Yeah, kinda. And so when you think about it in that perspective, it makes a lot more sense why dwarves get stressed out in the rain. And also, they don't get anywhere near as stressed about the rain as they used to. The Willful Rulers wishes to reside in Roadtorch. So a band called the Willful Rulers wishes to entertain us. How do we feel about this, chat? Do we want to be willed by the Willful Rulers? Actually, is this like the Dwarf Fortress version of the Presidents of the United States of America? Is it peaches? Millions of peaches. Peaches for me. You sense a coup? Me too. I'm kind of leaning nay. But also, if they're willfully ruling, we could expel them later. Well, that's fine. We'd probably just let a bunch of elves into the fort. Oh, no, actually. Okay, so we've got a goblin, 2 elven dancers, and a dwarf. 2 goblins, actually. 2 goblins, a poet, a goblin, so a dwarf, goblin, elf, and a dwarf. I think. Oh, wait, no, that dwarf's already part. So it's these guys that are flashing here. So Dusim, Stolspub, Stolzu, Thasi, and Moses. What a band. Yeah. I wonder what kind of music they play. Let's find out. Let's see what kind of... Let's jump to one of the goblins and see what kind of songs they sing. We could read about them, too. They're all in the creek. For some reason. Although, admittedly, we were draining it to get the people out of it. I need to set... Hold on. Have I set this to, like, do not walk? It's all set to do not walk here, you doofuses. Why are you all in the stream? You morons. I'm gonna drown you when I turn it back on. I think the poets rap. The singer... The musicians play music... and the performers or the dancers dance, the performers play music, and the musicians do other things. But let's see, what kind of musics do you know? Skills, social, other skills, knowledge. Okay, so it is fighting with a giant olm. We'll check it in a sec. Knows a poem. Chat. What poem do you think we should read about? We See Plains, Warning, Competition of the Rapid Rose, The Enchanted Tone of Calamity, Years Ever Onward, Beige Stars. You sang Winnowers, Grayness, Wilted Gears, Warning. Chat likes Warning. Goblins rapping. If you want to hear a goblin rap, you should play a different video game, actually. If you want to see and hear poets play music for you, I would recommend purchasing the video game War Sim, which is leaving early access in like a month. This little video game. We'll be streaming a bunch of this when that happens. This is a text-based king simulator. Think text-based Mountain Blade. We'll be playing this in the evenings after doing Dwarf Forts in the mornings. Go buy and play this game. It's also like the price of like a cheeseburger. So like just go buy and play this game. This game's fantastic. Caves of Cut also has great generated text. Yes, but the Caves of Cut doesn't play you the music. This plays you the music. All right, let's read Warning, because that one seemed interesting. Warning is a poem authored by Besmir Lodgebur, and it is an example of the scrubbed convenience. It's very scrubbed. I don't want to live anywhere that scrubs convenience, chat. The work has no particular subject, and the writing is fairly cheerful overall. Warning, really? Overall, the poetry is inspired. Scrubbed is a light poetic form concerning the family of the originating in the torments of genius, which is a goblin civ that was attacking us. The rules of the forum are applied by poets to produce individual poems. It can be which can be recited. Okay, and then I don't know how poems works. The rest is lost on me. You just bought Warsim? Fuck yeah! If you leave a review, the dev like responds to all reviews, and he's a good dude. So the dev the last year for Christmas, the dev gave all of his revenue to from December to charity. So like he's a nice guy. Like just go support that dude. He's just like some Brit who hangs out above a pub and programs like a DOS ASCII game. It's a lot of reading, and it's played through the 1 through 9 buttons on the numpad. One of my favorite reviews actually was from another Dwarf Fortress person named Dwarf Comic. And his review of it was, "This is the best game as a new dad because I can hold my baby in one hand and play the game with the other hand." Casual Elephant, it's good to see you. How have your streams been? How have you been enjoying the Valheim? Chat room, can I get a shout out for some Casual Elephant? All right. Dwarf Comic's a good dude. We're gonna make 2 animal spots. We're gonna make an animal training zone. Actually, this one's gonna be canceled, and we're gonna do a half animal training zone and a half pasture. This side's gonna be for dogs, and this side's gonna be for fowls. So let's go here and assign all of the puppers. How do you remove dwarves from the military squad? It took me a minute to find that button. Hold on. Hit Q. Select the squad. No. Hit Q. Checkmark the squad. No. Select the squad, click the dwarf, and then remove assignment. Yes. There you go. So hit Q, select the dwarf, and then hit remove assignment at the top. There you go. Let's say you remove a dwarf from the squad. Taking a break from playing DF to watch a stream? Well, that's a good thing. A good way to go. Yo, what's up? You just started to check out my Dwarf Fortress beginner Let's Play after failing 5 forts because of flood shortage and of spiraling rage. Well, it sounds like you've already been playing Dwarf Fortress and you're experiencing the fun that there is to be had. So you're off to the right start, that's for sure. Cats don't need to be penned. So we... Oh, don't put the cow in there. A lot of stuff we need to slaughter, I think. Good old spiraling rage attacks. Yeah, it's the best kind. All right. Then we're going to jump back up to the surface. And up here, we're going to put all the livestock that needs to be up here. So horse. Whatever that is. Alpaca. Cow. Or a yak bunny. Pig. Actually, pigs can get their own because they don't need to graze, so we can put those underground. Oh. Guinea pig. Also, shoutouts to all my longtime viewers in chat who are answering questions for people. You guys are heroes. Let's see how the status of this beastie's doing. Also, I think in a minute I can cancel the military's order. Okay, so it's in the caverns, it's just hiding, which is okay. We just need to keep an eye on it, basically. We need to pay attention to where it's at. And cancel the training order and just keep them on their staggered training orders. So it appears that we're out of breastplates. So I'm going to check something. Let's check bars. All right, we got a decent amount of charcoal, 236. How much actually iron or steel do I have? 34. How much pig iron do I have? Why does it keep resetting up to the top? I guess we're out of pig iron. All right, so let's do pig. Make pig iron bars. And steel bar. Make steel bars. And steel breastplate. Let's do 10. So you down here, we're going to do 50. Pig iron, 50 steel. And 50 breastplates. Now, she's a very weird color, too. The weird colors for their professions changing, like chat said. Where is this beastie at? Oh, there you are. Our uninvited guest. Okay, it's coming at us. All right. It appears to be off in the... It's still on the other side of the area where we can't get to, and it's picking on some troglodytes over here. Kind of hard to click on because of their... So he can't see. He doesn't lose vision. He loses vision when he shoots out dust, and he's always shooting out dust. Curious about what the dust does. We kind of don't know. Well, there's certainly vomiting everywhere. Seriously injured, eh? He's slow to heal, so I guess that's good for us. And for another troglodyte. A lot of broken bones, which aren't going to heal properly, so that's good for us. When he starts to fly over to the fort, we got to pay attention. Did they drop anything? Depending on what they are, sometimes they can be butchered. And when they are butchered, they can be... When they are butchered, they can be They can be extremely good sources of meat. Like, I butchered a giant feathered slug in a pre-Steam fortress that gave me 1,800 meat, as well as a pile of bones. What the fuck is that thing? That's a forgotten beast or an uninvited guest. Is there a way to track in game? You can. So, this game is extraordinarily specific, right? If you chop down a tree, it'll tell you what kind of tree that was, and then when you build a wall, it'll tell you what kind of tree you made that wall out of, and the game remembers where that tree came from. If you butcher a beast, the meat that comes out of the beast will be named after the beast. So this particular beast, am I covering it? Yes, I am. This particular beast is named Sesmich Kalaktabrothabrosish, or Kish, or Ish, or Sish, or whatever. That forgotten beast, when we butcher it, assuming we butcher it, this one won't give us any meat because he's made out of gems. But if it's made out of meat, or something that could be meat or butchered, this one's body will be very valuable. So we might be able to actually like put it somewhere on a pedestal and they might like looking at it. But if we butcher it, all of the meat will be named after it. So if you go to your stockpile and you go to meat, if you butcher it, all of the meat will be named after it. So you can just type in the name of it and it'll be like, all of the meat, or its fat will be named after it. Or if we make its fat into soap, then its soap will be named after it and all that stuff. So it'll be like forgotten, so like stack of 200 forgotten beast tripe. Still learning to manage inventory? It's difficult, and I get it. He's sad. Disgusted after retching on miasma. Doesn't feel anything while in conflict. Literally roast beast? Yes, literally roast beast. The Cult of Mountains has many worshippers in Roadtorch and now requires a temple and a priest. The location must be built and furnished, and the new position must be appointed by you. Do you approve this request? I think we're going to move our temples down to where our library is. So let's go build or queue up, I guess, a temple. Right here. The Cult of Mountains shall be glorious. What's intelligent undead? So there's two types of undead. There's like brain dead zombies, and then there's ones where like the soul manages to stay in the body. Sanotaki, thanks for the second month. Welcome back. And then there's ones where the soul manages to stay in the body. If the soul manages to stay in the body and they don't become a brains zombie, then they maintain their memories and they maintain sentience, so they still do tasks and they still exist. They just become a dwarf that doesn't need to eat or drink. So in some ways they are a better dwarf because they don't need to eat or drink. Speaking of dwarfs, Mendelf, what kind of dwarf would you like? Just at me. Can a temple and a library intersect? You like the idea? So I don't think you can assign a zone to be two things, but you can stack zones. So I could like put a zone over top of this one and then make it into something else. So they're technically two separate zones, but they're on top of each other. Fire volcanoes and death and war might not be a very nice fort. That or the dwarves are just a bunch of black metal fans, you know? I really like going to, like, you know, like, I've seen Cradle of Filth twice, but I'm not going to sacrifice anybody to some elder god anytime soon, so, like, does that make me a bad person because I like Cradle of Filth? You know? Like, Does it have penalties? It lowers the value of both rooms slightly, but you can overcompensate wildly by just filling it up with statues and engravings. That's generally fine. Is there anything lacking from this version that I would want to go back to in the ASCII version? There's a lot of very small UI omissions that were more convenient about the old version, which sounds psychotic when I say it out loud to a lot of people, but anybody who played that version probably understands what I'm talking about. All right, buddy, if you don't move... Okay, so if this creature doesn't move, because he's been here a while, right? I'm going to try and drop a rock on his head. The combat logs are there, but the combat logs were laid out way better in the old version, in my opinion. And I'm not alone on that opinion. So he's right there. We could do 2. Yeah, there needs to be a way to rewind notifications. So we're going to go up. Go 1 layer above that. All right, let's see if I can crush him. Not the most optimal digging route, but yeah. If he doesn't move, we can crush him. Otherwise, I'll just turn around and cancel this whole thing. I've definitely crushed Forgotten Beasts before. You have zombies in your hospital? Oh, so somebody resurrected all of your dead. Well, how nice of them. Oh, they're being treated? Oh, they probably have like weird... Oh, never mind. They probably have like weird broken limbs. He already moved. He moved a tile. Okay, never mind. He's moving too much. He stayed there for quite a bit, so I was thinking maybe he was gonna not move, but... Is Twitch twitchy? That's not too unusual for Twitch. What's Twitch twitching about this time? Anyone know if there's there's no information about an adventure mode release right now, and we won't know until so we'll start getting information about adventure mode when they're done patching out the major crashing issues. A patch went out on Monday that fixed a lot of major crashing issues. There's apparently another patch coming for Friday that's going to fix more things, okay? So once UI complaints and crashing issues are remedied, then they're gonna do Classic, right? Once Classic is out, and Classic might also come out alongside of one of those. Once Classic is out and the vast majority of the issues are remedied, this usually takes about 2 to 3 weeks for Dwarf Fortress patches, and I don't see why this would be too different. Once that is done, then they're going to start working on Classic. Or then they're going to start working on Adventure Mode, sorry. Too many different terms. When Adventure Mode is getting worked on, they will tell us. What do I mean by Classic? Classic is the free version of Dwarf Fortress that is exactly the same as this version of Dwarf Fortress. It's getting all of the UI updates, it's getting all of the quality of life changes, but minus one thing, which is the thing that we are paying for with this version of Dwarf Fortress, which is the fancy graphics and the music. So the classic version will be available for free on their website sometime probably before the end of the month, I would guess. And it looks like this. Well, I mean, you have the Bay 12 forums, I'm person, as well as even easier modding in a lot of ways because you don't need to make graphics for the mods. So all you need is... You need your DF hack. You goddamn casual needing DF hack. What kind of newbie are you that you require third-party tools to play the game? I'm fucking with you. Don't hate me. All right, so we have this. This is what Classic will look like. Yes, it will have full mouse support as well. I resemble that remark. Excuse you casual. Look at this casual elephant in the chat. But yeah, no, that's what this is gonna be. You're just a lazy noob. Yeah, it's. I personally self-identify as a lazy noob, and so as a lazy noob, I am offended by what you just said to me, streamer. Artifact. It'll be better than Valve. Who's making it? That's an animal caretaker. Which is actually a useful profession for us now. They're going up for the clother shop. All right, looks like they've claimed the leather works. They're impatient, they have low stamina, but resilient. They want martial, they want to acquire an object. They want martial training, and they want to be creative, so they're being creative. Did they fix Animal Caretaker? I mean, what was broken about it to begin with? Like, I'm trying to figure out what you mean by fix. Because there's problems with, like, almost every job. And I haven't messed with them enough to really know, to be honest with you. Party time! While some stand above and party, terrors lurk below. That was way too dramatic. All right, I guess I should free you guys, eh? I like how Diamond's just here keeping the investments alive. Gotta keep those going. By the way, chat, my bot might fall over if you guys do this, but if you type in !tickets, you'll see how long you've been watching the stream. And you guys can invest for random dumb gambling amounts. But just keep in mind, you probably have single-digit amounts if you've only been watching in the past few days, because my bot is not very generous and very stingy. And to quote one of my longtime viewers, a thieving son of a cheating whore. So... And you're going to see some people with ludicrously high hour counts. Because there are some people that have been watching the stream for a very long time. My Captain of the Guard wants a chest. And a weapon rack. Shit, I never gave my Captain of the Guard a weapon rack? Well, I'm an asshole. Give him a weapon rack. I wonder what story they're telling. Hold on. They're listening to stories. What stories are you telling, dwarves? In the mid-autumn of 251, the dwarven Bleak Hunter Colette plotted to infiltrate the safe gate in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of the dwarf necromancer Umil Key Weakness. Hold on a second. Chat, do you guys understand why that's really funny? That's us. We're the safe gate. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Who's telling this story? This dwarf's just listening, but who's telling this story? We have to interrogate them. Like stat. Got him. Uh-huh. Did random dwarf get named? I completely spaced on it, but you're now a sus dwarf. A Forgotten Beast showed up. We were distracted. So, apologies for taking so long. So you are now sus as hell, Mendelf, by the way. Can I find that silver thon? What was the name of the necromancer? Chat room, you guys got to write this shit down, because I'll forget. So Ono Key Weakness and Bleak Hunter Quillette Silver Hunter. I don't know if Quillette Silver Hunter is here. Silver Hunter may not actually be here. Silver Hunter may be some upper spooky person who is sending people out to go after us. I don't think I've seen any Bleak Hunters. So oh look, chinchillas on the surface. How adorable. Okay, there is a necromancer in my tavern, but they're chilling. They're just hanging out. They're just a guest. Yeah, invests are closed for the next 55 minutes. They're once an hour. All right, so let's interrogate Mendelf here. They could be going by a fake name. I could interrogate the necromancer who's here. This person. Dangly Parts, thanks for that prime sub. Cheers. Also, chat room, because you guys are extraordinarily kind, we are actually closing in on another emote again. Okay, we're gonna interrogate that necromancer. And Mendelf, once I find their name. Things cross streams like brooks, or are they... So, brooks are passable. You can walk over top of a brook. They're ankle deep. But streams and rivers are not. But you can build across them. Chad, if I pass Mendelf, yell at me, please. Because I don't see well, and you guys should know this by my username, but, like, reading text and cycling through text like this is extraordinarily difficult. This is the hardest part of the game for me, is fucking finding a name in a list. Also, welcome back, Jamma. With the second month with Prime. Search function would be great. Yes. This is one of those menus that I would really like a search function for. Although we went from almost no search functions to actually quite a few, so it's improvements where it counts. There you are. And Delph. Dwarf. Schedule. Okay, so we've scheduled 2 interviews. One with the dwarf that was telling the story and one with the local necromancer. I gotta say, so for whatever it's worth, I used to get like 30 to 50 Prime subs a month. Getting like 60 a day. Oh, thank you, chat. You guys are extraordinarily kind. What happens if they coup you? Massive tavern brawls. Usually. Half the fort will become non-friendly to your fort anymore. Also, we're at 1,708 subscriber points. We need 1,800 to unlock another emote. If we unlock another emote, I will make Wide Pog, or Crypt Wide Pog, or Crypt Wide, an official emote, which currently is a Better Twitch TV emote. Also, the reason the game is lagging is because there's so much shit on screen right now. Like, there's currently like 400 entities in the world that the game's processing that each have like almost a dozen items on them probably. I will make that emote into a emote that you guys can use elsewhere instead of just via BTTV. A legit loyalty cascade. I mean, it's just a loyalty cascade, but it's one that is orchestrated by the game. So basically, this guy is just way too busy. Okay, so what I'm going... there's trees in the way. I read that as Keanu. Not Keanu. Anonymous, thanks for the 5-pack. Also, a Diamond, can you do me a favor and send me your Wide Pogs, please? Because you're the one who uploaded it to BTTV. You already got it? Could you DM it to me again? Because I definitely lost it. Unless it's just still in DMs, in which case I can then just go reopen DMs. Also, Norstat, thank you much. All right, so what I'm going to do is I am going to make a cave-in for this thing. It's just the reason I don't want to fight it is because Deadly Dust is scary as shit. The problem is these fucking trees are in the way. Deadly Dust is scary as shit. Canadian Pagan! Chat, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? And also, if you want a fantastic streamer, we'll follow another Canadian. Click that button. Get a little heart, click it. Do it. You won't. Cowards. All right, so... You were too slow this time? Hell yeah. I win. If that tree wasn't there, I could cave in on him, but because... I was thinking about, like, making one around this big. He's technically under that tree. I'll probably block the call in. Cave in. Hello, DG. What is up? Hopefully the captions are enough here. They're accurate 70% of the time. What is that thing? That is a forgotten beast. It is... Here, I'll read the description off again. It is a huge humanoid composed of golden beryl. It has wings and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its deadly dust. Which could do all kinds of terrible things to us. Thank you, Diamond. My allergy? Do your allergies make people's skin rot off when they walk near you? Okay, we're going to try this again. I'm going to prep a cave-in for this thing, and if it happens to stand in the right place, we're going to smack him to death. But I need it to stand in the right place. If he moves, this won't work. I mean, yeah, that's the other thing it might do. But also, then we'll be fighting it in a tunnel that I've carved. So that's actually not that bad for us, if it provokes it. Trust me, I've provoked significantly worse beasties. And I'd rather, like, not have to send my military all the way through the caverns. And also because the way the caverns work now, I don't really want to be digging in the caverns too much. Because it just provokes them and sends more of them. Unless, you know, you just want to send more of them, in which case then fun! Alright, so not much is going to happen for a little bit while they dig that. You can set up a shooting gallery for him? No. You can dodge through fortifications and go after me regardless. Which is dangerous, I always say. Also, watch him just leave. Game saving. Perfect time for an ad. Literally right as the ad starts up. Thank you very much for the hype train, chat. Saw a dwarf ascend today. Things are going well. Sunday? How have you been? Sunday is one of the few people in this chat that I've had a beer with in real life. You don't know what you're doing wrong, but you're not getting migrants. I have a question. Where is your fortress settled? Are you at the other side of the map? Are you across an ocean? Are you behind a mountain range between you and your home faction? Oh, also, for those of you who are wondering about Killer Carp, they're probably stuck in an ad. They probably can't hear me. There's a mod linked on my Discord that restores the carp to their former power and glory. Because any of those things could stop you from being able to get migrants. If your migrants can't get to you, High Boots a foreign item? That depends on the faction. Well, that's excellent. A vile force of dankness has arrived. Excellent. Great. Get to deal with that. Pause. I'll wait for the ad to end. You have a strange question. How can you butcher animals? It seems broken. If they are rotten or mangled, you can't butcher them. And if they were killed by military or killed in fights, you can't butcher them. They're only butcherable if they were cleanly butchered. Otherwise, it makes them unbutcherable. Also, that dwarf never completed their leather work. Hold up. Plant cloth, we have that. Bones. Oh, probably bones. Almost always bones. Butcher one of the dogs. I'd go for the livestock above ground, but there's a siege up there right now. There was a Reacher bone in there, was there? Yeah, you're right. Still butchering one of the dogs. All right, well, hold on. You have a petition. What do you want? They wish to parley. In order to avert loss of life, chat, how do we respond? Do we parley? Do we give them one of our valuable items in return? Got the cloth already. Got cut gems. I think it's well, they're processing plants. We have plant cloth. I think it's cut gems. We do have a cut gem, but there's so many there. Rock? They got a rock? Dude, am I actually out of rock? They just can't get it from that stockpile. Not out of blocks. I mean, there's rock right there. What else do they not have? I think they just need more bones. I'm pretty sure they need more bones. They have hides, lots of hides. There is plenty of mods that make multiplayer exist, and none of them are particularly good or playable, in my opinion. Like, they all work, but Dwarf Fortress is not designed for that kind of play, and it's not what you want. Yes, Welsp. Pagan did send you over. It was very kind of Pagan. They need economic rock? It might, yeah, true. It might just be I don't know. I've got tons of different, I've got stupid amounts of different kinds of rock. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they just go nuts. I am more concerned with the siege. Deny, as you guys said. Never! All right, so, front door. Pull the lever. And pull the lever. I'm going to change a burrow just slightly. Add in some stuff. I'm going to add in here. Make sure all these bedrooms work. Same with the library. And now we're going to turn that burrow on. Anybody walks and dies, that's their problem. Also, just check the justice screen. Because we probably did those interrogations. So we interrogated Mendelf. We met with subject and misrepresented facts surrounding the case in order to elicit information. Subject had a trusting nature and agreed. Okay, so Mendelf just knows the story that somebody was trying to cause a coup in the fortress, but didn't actually have the legitimate information surrounding it. And then the necromancer, the traitor. The necromancer Kel revealed that Kel is in fact an assumed identity, and their real name, their true name is Unib Pride Girders. And the subject also used the name The Dreamy Direction as a name in the past. You're not sus, Mendel. You are in fact not sus. All right, well. And I need to pull the drain lever. Also, Banshee. Thanks for that subscription. Appreciate you. Pull the drain lever. Also, Brahms with the 14 months. There we go. So this door is now shut. Any dwarves who are dumb enough to stay outside or finish jobs? Looks to be you. Seems like Mark might be that dwarf. That's not a small siege. What's all that mud in the entrance? Oh, you're going to find out in a minute. Fortunately, I have an opportunity to show off the source of mud. Minecarts? No, the minecarts aren't ready to go. We do have the other form of defense set up, though. Okay. Mark is now turning and booking it. They should be. Everybody's in the burrow. I went through and checked, but we can double check. There's actually more dwarves assigned to the burrow than I have. Okay, there's some that aren't. You a visitor? Okay, we also have a visitor walking in. Siege, everybody. Now, Pursue. Hello. I'm glad that you've enjoyed lurking. That's quite the siege. This might be the biggest siege I've seen so far. Let's find out a little bit about these dudes. So, because they're attacking us, they don't say where they're from, right? But if you look at them, their helms and sometimes their breastplates have images. See those tiny little brackets? You look at those. This is an iron helm. It is sized for goblins. On the item is a rendition of the Room of Ghouls, a masterfully designed image of an alder. The image is a symbol of the torments of genius, goblin civilization. Look at that. Also, yeah, not bad for Goblinite. We're not mounted on anything. No beak dogs, unfortunately. There's also a crow right there. They appear to be running at something. Probably my livestock. Yep, they're going for my livestock. There's a bunny over there. Did they not pull that lever? Somebody go pull that lever. Oh, I see. I turned on the wrong one. Go pull that lever, please. Although I haven't actually had any invaders use that as an entryway just yet, but it's fine. And closed. Okay. They're killing my livestock now. Let's just keep an eye on the front door. Well, it's not that bad, Genoshi. It's not that bad. Nope, they were going to use it. Look at that. Whoa, 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 whoa. Never mind. I do actually have an alternate entrance into the fort that I forgot about, that I missed. Right there. Okay, so. Let's evacuate this zone. No, it's fine. They haven't made it in yet, so it's still fine. I'm going to evacuate this zone. Okay, how do I erase things? Accept. Oh, I see. Erase tool. Inconsistent UI. That's like, I guess one thing that Dwarf Fortress maintains in this version is the UI is still inconsistent, which is fine. It's just suboptimal. All right, everybody, go this way. Go this way. Get out. Here they come. Whew. Whew. Oh boy. Okay. I'll grab some bricks. They shouldn't be able to get through because they don't have trolls. This is why you pay attention during sieges. And they just killed somebody. I think it was a kid, actually. Yeah. They just killed somebody. I think it was a kid. This is why doors are important, chat. All right, let's see. They headed anywhere? All right, well, we can see them heading down into the front now. Trolls just destroy doors. Some things can destroy. What's fighting right now? Oh. Also, in before... Wait, what? Oh, I see. We're also getting attacked from the underground by troglodytes. Well, that's good. Here they come. Be ready, chat. So, chat, just press 1 if you... Okay, so this guy's friendly. This is just a monk, so he can come into the fort. So, chat, press 1 if you know what my defense is, and press 2 if you don't. If you've seen this before. Because there were people here yesterday who saw the test run. I'm just curious about how sneaky I should be. All right, I will be sneaky. I'm not gonna show you guys what the defense is because that's part of the fun. Read the last Discord's word story, you motherfucker. Okay. Hold up. Hold up. When nobody neutered Neanderthals, they prepared Narwhal Ocean. Grave mistake since the cataclysm consumed cutlery ravenously. Elves, what? This will not be my mother's womb. What? Gross. This will not be my mother's womb. Invaluable sanctified counting counts countable counterfeit exorbitant countable numbers. All right, we're all caught up. Now we can continue. Mud is the major hint, yeah. It just shows that many people are still learning, and that is good too. All right. Come in. You will survive. I swear. None of you will die in this room. None of you. None of you. Little do they know that this hallway will be their tomb. All right. Okay, so that's a goblin monster slayer, so he's friendly. To us, not the monsters. Also really need to need to turn the river back on. All right, so let's turn on the gate back. And the gate front. All right, so now this should lift. There it goes. And this should lift. Perfect. And now there's another lever I can pull, which is Bigoo Whoosh. What do you suppose that will do? Now the game's being mighty quiet, which is kind of annoying to me, right? I kind of want some dramatic party music. So let's just pretend that there's music playing, chat. And this music is good party music, you know? You guys know this song, you know? It's everybody's favorite banger from the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack, which I'm going to play locally on my computer because, frankly, it slaps. Some things never change. Oh no, we got the goblin in there. Oops. Oh well. Anyway, they're all drowning now. Siege? What siege? I never met a siege. Also, you want to know what's going to be even better is we're now going to go open the front door and see how far it goes. And then I'm going to need to fill it, so we also need to, front door, cavern, drain, water off creek. Let's turn that back on. Let's open the front door and see how far it goes. We're also going to pull the... we'll pull the front door lever first. Good song. All right. Let's see how far it goes. I don't actually know how far it's going to go. I haven't tested this. Or did I pull the wrong gate? Oh, there it goes. Okay, not that far. But anyway, that's how we deal with threats in this house. Will I make a tutorial on this defense? I kind of already did. If you, oh, hey, the animal caretaker got what they needed. They must have needed more bones. I kind of already did. If you watch the pumps video, that's like 80% of it. The only part that I didn't show in the pumps video, I can show you right now. But first, Dobar Zasit Mutral, the animal caretaker, has created Gushilil Kal, a Reacher leather backpack, and claims it as a family heirloom. You see this in the pump stacks video. We pump water into this, right? The water in this goes all the way down to here. Uh-oh, something's fighting. That's got to be good. And then these two floodgates open up and are what let the water into here. And then we just drain it off the side of the map and out the front door. That's it. It's pretty simple. Also, I wonder if the Forgotten Beast is in the base now. I'm going to, real quick, pause that again. We're going to pull this lever. We're going to pull the drain lever, and then we're going to figure out why people are fighting. Was it giant cave spider? Oh my god. Did it? So a giant cave spider just killed one of my dwarves. Step in the trap, step in the trap. You know you want to. Step in the trap. Giant cave spider is scarier than the Forgotten Beast, by the way. We also got a lot of petitions. I'm just going to deny all of these. Because I don't need that many random dudes in the fort. What's in the other trap? I don't know, but somebody just died, so. I'm hoping it takes another run at the front, though. Or goes for the Forgotten Beast. This could kill the Forgotten Beast, actually. Bastet. F's for Bastet, chat. Sorry, Bastet, but you were found dead, killed by a giant cave spider. There's other fighting going on? Oh, what? Oh, hold the fucking phone. What? Oh, all of the bards and dancers are leaving through the caverns because the front door is closed, and I just said, no, none of you can stay. I just forbid all of their things, so they're all leaving this way. And meanwhile, the GCS is coming in. I'm going to lock my dwarves back up inside for a second. Anyway, they killed it. Who got it? Somebody got it. It fired out its, The elf animal caretaker bites this elf that's hanging out here, right? Bites the giant cave spider in the abdomen, chipping the chitin. And the elf latches on firmly. The spider then misses the animal caretaker. The giant cave spider breaks the grip of the animal caretaker's upper front teeth on the giant cave spider's abdomen. Death is all around us. I feel very uneasy. The animal caretaker strikes the giant cave spider in the abdomen with the art of... Wait, hold on a second. Which one is you? It's this elf animal caretaker, this person. What is this book? They hit him with a book. This is a Cinnamon Grossler-bound codex. The written portion consists of a 31-page guide entitled The Art of Beast Rung, authored by Errol, and it concerns the forest retreat of Beast Rung. The writing is as vicious as can be, and it hopelessly meanders. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. It is spluttered and troglodyte blood. All right, so it's he literally whacked it with a book. Hey, Goldpoke, by the way. By the way, Goldpoke, chat's been nice to me, so I'm going to be nice to you, and you're here often, and I like you. So, here, have a thing. All right. So it got whacked with a book. Let's see, did he actually kill it with the book, though? Did he actually kill it with the book? It was the last bit of the combat log. So he hits him with the book, right? The animal caretaker strikes the cave spider in the right third foot with the book, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. The force pulls the third right leg. The spider misses twice. The elf then whacks the caretaker. And it strikes the cave spider in the abdomen. By the way, there's still a Forgotten Beast, like, right here, just for reference. An artery has been opened, thanks for the Prime sub. Bend over. Or Bend Rover, I guess. That's hard to say. I think that's the point of the username, though. The elf then, the elf animal caretaker strikes the giant cave spider in the right second leg. chipping the Triton. The animal elf caretaker strikes the giant cave spider in the right fourth leg. The elf caretaker then punches it in the sepia thorax with his left hand, tearing the fat, bruising the muscle, and bruising the brain. So, an elf animal caretaker breaks its leg with a book and punches it in the body, and it explodes. Does the book track items it's killed? Hold on. Let me find this. I don't know. I may have to find a more expanded version of it. No, but it would in Legends. Legends would keep track. The game's keeping track of it. I can tell you that for a fact because it used to. But I don't have access to that menu. Marcado Sound, thanks for checking out a gift. He did bite it, yeah. That was the first thing he did. He bit it, whacked it with a book, broke its leg, smacked it a bunch, dodged a bunch, and then punched it and killed it. Also, chat room, just because I like giving you guys updates and we are getting very, very close. And we're still like midst of stream like getting very big, I guess. We're at 1,720 sub points. So that's 1 sub point per subscription. Is it what? 2 for tier 2s and 5 for tier 3s? Anyway, 1,800 is a new emote. If we get a new emote, I will make Wide Pog an emote, which is currently a Better Twitch TV emote. I will just make it a normal emote for everybody if we get that. So you guys can see it in Better Twitch if you have Better Twitch. So, we're getting there. Spitalier, thanks for the gift pack of 5. That obviously moves us up to 1727 out of 1,800. Instead of a Better Twitch TV. I'm still going to leave it on Better Twitch TV. It's just people can use it on mobile. I'm not going to make Diamond take it down, dude. Why would I do that? That would be some, like, backwards thinking. All right, so. That threat's dealt with. Let's check in with the Forgotten Beast. There's still 2 invaders on the map. They're probably just one of them's chasing a cow. Hold up. Buddy. Mackie. Yes him. Get him! Where's the other one? How are rooms rated? Ice Cloud is what they use, or Ice Cold is what they used. It's a emote that's wide, that has that's transparent on one side, so it looks like it's on top of another one. Old school Twitch bullshit. Diamond. Can the Forgotten Beast be caught in a cage? No, because they're trap avoid. Beasts, demons, and certain titans are trap avoid. Why am I looking through the wrong menu? Are trap avoid, and trap avoid essentially just, hey, Crundles. Trap avoid means that they can't be caught in a cage trap. However, wait, what? Where'd you go? You're not dead, are you? I mean, that would be hilarious. No, not dead. Oh, look at this. There's a bunch of dead. So you remember how you guys were asking about that army of dudes underground? Well, we found them. They're Serpent Men blowgunners. Oh, no, it's still alive. It's just not on the map right now. We can't see it. Dwarf in a martial trance? Oh, no, that's old. What's the fighting? Not that. I'm assuming it's that one invader on the map? This might just be lack of practice, but I found it way easier to follow. Also, we have traders. It's early autumn. Wagons bypassed your inaccessible site. The site's open, though. What? Did I not open this door yet? I guess door hasn't been opened yet. All right, well, hold on. Let's open that door. This might be a lack of practice. But I used to be a lot better at like locating units on the screen quickly in the older version. I don't know if this is big enough also to drain this whole layer. It may not be. No, so the combat logs used to just pop up, be like, chat room, could someone go grab me a screenshot of classic combat logs and send it to me in DMs? Preferably just one person. I know that I'm asking 1,000 people to do something, but like, like Diamond, could you grab me a screenshot specifically Diamond? Could you grab me a screenshot of classic and DM it to me? Just a combat log. But they used to be persistent, so they used to be cataloged in an area so you could always return to the same log. For one thing. Could you do that? But basically, they used to look like this. But instead of like most recent one being at the bottom, the most recent one was at the top. And it was full screen. Diamond or Sax. Sax, you could also do it if you want. Here's somebody I know who plays, who could do that. If you don't have a river, is this game playable? Absolutely. 1,000% playable. Overlapping meeting area. Those will live. Temple. Cult of Mountains, I think? No, well, I mean, like, as long as you have access to water, you're good. Aquafunk just grabbed me one. Thanks, Aqua. We're good. So this is what the old combat log used to look like. But, like, the way you would sort through the old one is it had, like, a... Could you get me a screenshot of, like, the recent announcements, like the old announcement screen, Aqua? Because, like, the combat log looked like this, but the recent announcements log was presented in a way that was way easier to filter through. Which is, I think, what people are referring to when they refer to the announcements screen. This is a shrine. We've agreed to build a temple complex. We've agreed to make them a much nicer temple, which is why we're building it down here. So let's actually make this bigger. We need to make it a value of 10,000. Yep. Stonemasons Guild still forbidden. One thing at a time, though. Because I agreed to build that halfway through. Also, how's that creek doing? Is it filling up? Okay, yes, it is filling up. I hope not too many people drowned in there. And is this running? Okay, I need to turn this pump stack back on right here. This will start pumping and start filling this up again in just a few. 5, 4, 3, 2. I need this to be full or it's not going to have the pressure. There it goes. Although one thing, also one final thing I do want to mention about that emote, the wide version, is I would ask Diamond to mirror it in the BTTV version. That's the one thing I would ask him to do, just so that it's visually distinct, but still there. I'm not going to make him take it down. That or I'll just mirror the sub badge version. Or the subscriber version. Yes, that. You too late for the combat report? Nope. But now you are. So this is what the old announcement screen looked like. So the reason this screen is better than this version is if you close one of these, it's gone forever, right? So, like, someone's dead. Okay, that's fine. Bodies are missing. And as you can see, like, these events are all still here, right? Like, this is the job cancellations. This is combat reports. But if you close one of these, they're just gone, right? I also need to read about that Reacher leather backpack because a lot happened. But in the old one, it was right here, right? And they would never go away. So you could, like, recheck them. The combat logs would disappear after a week or so. Or I think it's a month in-game time, they disappear. But you can still see that they happened, right? So you can still see that so-and-so threw a tantrum. Even though you can't see the details of it, it still states that this person threw a tantrum. If a cat was slaughtered, it would pop up there. So this version was better purely because you had access to everything. However, when a new year rolled around, it would reset, and you wouldn't have access to all of it again. But you had even if you opened it, looked at it, and closed it, it was still there for a very long time, which is why I think that version was better, even if it was clunkier. Is there a way to remove water pressure? If you make it go diagonally, I'm removing water pressure for this area right here. Which is where I'm pumping water. So this is for my tavern right here. So water gets pumped up here, goes all the way along here. If you make it go through a diagonal, it loses its water pressure. Sorry if that's a bit too opaque, but... Also, now I need to go read that artifact. Sorry if I'm missing things. Sayoshi requested a dwarf. Could you at me and tell me what kind of dwarf you would like? There's a lot going on. If you have any preferences, or you can just say no preference. I should change that so people can put it there. Do you have any preference? You knew I'd get there sooner or later. I do have an order of operations in my head. Brewer? I can give you a brewer. It's funny, I made a note in my head. There's a brewer. I made a note in my head that was going to pop up because I was like, the last one is like 20 minutes ago. Like, that's going to happen in about 15 minutes. And then there was a siege and a bunch of other things happened. Did I put some beds in the tavern? Nope. I'm working on the temple first. And I also need to, like, unforbid that, like, zone up in the earlier area. It's just, there's a lot of things. It's Dwarf Fortress, right? There's always 1,000 things to do. You're beginning your first real playthrough and you're watching a lot of your vids and you played the old version a little bit and you found a really nice location, but there are hostile goblins about a day's travel to the south. Is that too close? So all goblins are hostile, right? A day's travel to the south means that if you were here for that siege that we had a little bit ago, that's what it means by, thank you, by the way, Sax. That's what it means by they're hostile is they will start sieging you. They will, after not too long of a period of time, begin attacking you and starting to go after you. You're safe initially, but when you have like 80 to 100 goblins, or not goblins, 80 to 100 dwarves, they'll start hitting you with scouting parties, and then they will start attacking you because goblins they're like, if you've ever played like Stellaris or something, they're like the all-consuming devourer. They will just, because they are run by demons, they're there to cause chaos and attack everybody. So when you become a city size, or as it says actually here, metropolis size fortress, they will attack you and they will go after you kind of regardless. So they are a eventual threat, but they're not too difficult to just kind of ignore, or you can parlay them if you have artifacts. So if you don't want to fight them or you're not ready to fight them, there are ways to make them go away. So that's not too bad. Like, I think it'll be okay. So as for this dwarf, Cole, they're 59 years old. They are healthy. They're a professional brewer. They want to be with family. They would like to eat a good meal and wander, which means you want to go to the library and read. Personally, you have a lot of willpower, and you feel strong need to pay back any favor done for you. You rely on the advice of others during decision-making, and you tend to hang on to grievances. You are quite comfortable with others that consider that have a different appearance or culture, and he tends to consider what others think of him. He's not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he lives a fast-paced life, and he often feels discouraged. He likes a little excitement now and then, and he is conflicted by this because he considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Revs up Rays, thank you very much for that subscription. Cheers, friend. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the brand new subscriber? And sorry if I'm missing stuff. I will get to it when I can. There's a lot of you, and you're all very kind, and I do my best. You really wish you could parlay certain raids and events in RimWorlds? Certain RimWorld raids and sieges away? Wait, can you not do that in RimWorld? I'd swear that was a mechanic in RimWorld. I swear that I remember like people being like, give us, maybe that was a mod I used, but I swear that was a thing in RimWorld. He values tranquility and a peaceful day, and he has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. So a lot of time in Dwarf Fortress, the reason they're attacking you is because of a specific artifact. Like, if you go and read, like, you won't encounter this in Fortress mode much, but if you read Legends, you can, like, find demon lays claim to an item, or character lays claim to an item. Laying claim to an item means that they then send out a party to go acquire that item, which in a lot of cases is 50 dudes with swords and shields, right? So if you see like a king laying claim to an item and then siege following, it's literally because they are going to go get that artifact. He has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and he dreams of raising a family. As for preferences, you like quartzite, aluminum, and yellow diamond, jute fabric, and the color black, shields and guinea fowls for their social nature, and kangaroo men for their pouches, not punches. Well, punches too. You like kangaroo men for their pouches. And when possible, he prefers to consume armadillo and fonio beer, and you hate slugs. You know, as somebody who gardens, I also hate slugs. Relatable. Let's make some statues. Get those placed. Let's place 2 chairs because I ran out. Do I have an offering place? There's also like traders I should be trading with too. No, I don't have an offering place. I'm just going to give the traders a gift. Oh, wait, where did I put the... Oh, it's down here, right? Duh. All right, that does seem to be draining a little bit. It's only early autumn, so we do actually have time. be plenty. There goes the minecart. I'm like, I enjoy that minecart rail way more than I should, I think. Advice on diminishing the presence of slugs or trapping them for fellow garden enthusiasts? In real life or Dwarf Fortress? I don't know which one you want. Traders wanted meals, right? Yeah, they did. But I'm just going to give them gifts. You don't have to give them specifically what you want. Also, we're already a metropolis and we have a baron, so... Like, because we have a baron already, I'm not too concerned about making them perfectly happy with the trading. Gaz, thanks for the prime. Cheers. Crashing us ever closer. Ever closer to another emote slot. Also, fun emote. Chat, I've got a question. My artist asked me yesterday. Which one of these do you like more? This one? Or this one? This one? Or this one? This one? Or this one? Angled or not angled? Diagonal? Diagonal, not angled. Chat seems to be angled. Okay. Saying chat likes the angled one. Yeah, I've got a little bit of time left, Borax. They're a container for the stone, like how barrels are able to hold plants and liquids and such. No. Stones need to be made into blocks, which then can be put into containers. And furniture is too big for containers. $71 more sub points until we get another emote slot. Close all this. Items are all brought. Request broker at depot. Can pressure destroy stone walls, or do you need a... pressure's fine. Dwarves' constructions are virtually indestructible. And just kind of work with that as an assumption. Didn't really bring much. I think I'm just going to give them some of these as a gift. Here, guys, have a gift. We keep the rest. I don't need anything from them. Also, where our beastie at? Oh, that's not good. There's a troglodyte hand. Oh, that's gross. Looks like we caught a troglodyte. So, I don't know where our forgotten beast went. Oh, he hiding or dead. Forgotten beasts are uninvited guests that are not necessarily hostile. So, yeah, he's not missing. He's still alive. Oh, we've got Ruthrers. Ruthrers are one of Dwarf Fortress's unique critters. Now, while I've seen these many times, I'm sure many of you haven't, so they're large monsters with enormous tails, covered with thick fur. They run on 4 legs and can be found deep under earth. Pretty good livestock, too. Got interesting faces. You love those guys? They got very toothy grins. He is scrawny and his hair is gray. His skin is blue and his eyes are green. He's incredibly tough, but weak. So tough as in can take a lot of hits, weak as in can't lift very much. So like a bouncer could be really tough, but like not that strong, you know? Like you can take a lot of hits. Like I'm trying to think of an example. Like, is that a cat face? Kinda. I don't know. It's hard to zoom in more. High constitution, low strength. There you go. Yeah. High constitution. Like, let's look at this face a little more. Yeah, I mean it is kind of like a face. I mean, well, less of that and more of like a. And then ears doing that. New emo? I don't know about that. Look at that. He's got a nice face. He got little smiles. He's kind of got like a little bit of a mischievous bent going on. Like look with the with the eyebrows looking. Like it's a little bit of that. Something climbed out. Oh no. I missed what happened to Mad Black in the chat. It vanished off into the ether for me, so. That thing is 3 tons, apparently. Yeah, that sounds about right. They're like the size of a small bus. I mean, like, let me see if I can get the... Let me go to the DF wiki. Hold up. Rutherers. I was hoping I could get a size comparison. All right, so chat, work with me here. A dwarf is approximately 50 to 60,000 centimeters cubed. An adult Rutherer is about 3 million. So, here is a fan art that is sourced to there, named A-R-N-E, Arnie? Arne? I'm not sure how to say that. So, they're kind of like Appa from maybe a little smaller than Appa, I would say, from Last Airbender. Yeah. That's a really good art style, actually. I know, I like it. So go check out the artist. It's over on the DF wiki. If you guys want to link to the artist here, I'll just give you guys a link to the wiki. Right there. Go look. Go have a peek. Go check out the artist's stuff. Those huge creatures can fit through dwarves' tunnels and basically just like a little bigger than a dwarf 1x1 tunnels. Dwarf fortress sizing is weird. But remember, black bears can fit through a lot of things that would surprise you. They're kind of like cats. So I like to think that a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress are like cats, because Dwarf Fortress is made by a guy who really likes cats. Can you mount some pets in Dwarf Fortress like this one? So Dwarf Fortress in Fortress mode, mounts are weird. By that I mean they don't really exist. However, that's what adventure mode is for. In adventure mode, some of the most fun I ever had as an adventurer was as a party of 6 elves that were all riding on giant jaguars. We walked from town to town, to town to town to town, and as we went from place to place to play our songs, because we were all poets and musicians, we just fucking road-killed every single thing on the street. Every single thing. Every single thing we walked past, we insta-gib and road-killed them. Because the giant jaguars would just like decide to stop being mounts for a second and pounce on them, kill them, bite them to death, and then leave them on the road. We'd keep walking. So we were a murderous gang of elves that would just murder everything that walked past because the jaguars felt like it. So yeah, you can have mounts. If we catch some in cages, I'm not opposed to petifying them. But we need to catch more things in cage traps. I'm just gonna set up some more cage traps around the way. Just being careful about agitating the caverns down here. I'm trying to figure out how these agitation mechanics work and how to avoid them, so that we can do stuff in the caverns without also, you know, getting attacked. He has good taste? Hell yeah. Just can't use them as a trade good, but... Chat ads are incoming. So I will leave the game paused for a minute and 30 seconds and focus on questions from people who don't get ads. Well, if you don't get ads, generally, feel free to hit me with questions. 1,000 dragons can fit in a 1x1 tile as long as 999 of them are lying down. Yep, facts. The thing is, the Dwarf Fortress kind of takes place in a 3D space that's also Paper Mario. You know? Fungus is an issue in the game. It's not an issue. If you're getting them in your caves, it's just like having underground growing grass. It's not poisonous. It's not a problem. Wild plump helmets will grow and you can harvest them. It's a good thing, actually. It's kind of like a buff to all of your dirt areas, because suddenly your livestock can graze underground. Yeah, it's a 3D space, but it's also Paper Mario. Yeah. Paper Mario reference. Paper Mario makes me sad because my ex used to play through it 3 times a year. Sad memories. But good game. Sad, happy memories, if that makes sense. Do you know if it was possible for modders to make combat logs last longer in old versions? The UI previously was basically unmoddable aside from changing fonts without RAM editing. So I don't know. Probably not. Yeah, it is what it is, Faulty. Are you enjoying the new UI, and are minecarts useful now? Minecarts have always been useful, Death13. The thing is, minecarts are... There are certain things where minecarts are really useful, and then there are certain things where minecarts are made unuseful by other things, like wheelbarrows kind of negate the need for minecarts in some cases. Minecarts are useful, and they've always been useful. They're just significantly less tedious to set up now. Although the problem with minecarts is they end up being more useful for things that they're not intended for, i.e. Quantum stockpiling and weapons of mass destruction, which they're not supposed to be. Are there any mod wishes that I have for in Premium? Make debug creature, which is my dancing emote, debug. Which currently shows up if a sprite fails to populate. When But I want Debug to be either a really, really, really rare solo adventurer in every world, or alternatively, a possible Forgotten Beast permutation. That or like, and they have to be friendly and non-hostile. Or like, alternatively, make it really hard for them to not be hostile. The Debug creature is a critter that shows up if sprites fail to load in this game. I just like his face. It's kind of a mood. All right, we seem to be through ads. Chad, are we through ads? Sweet. Okay, I can go back to placing traps now. But yeah, no, the debug guy is kind of a mood, and I enjoy staring at his face, and I've used him on thumbnails for ages, so I wouldn't mind having him as a playable critter. But honestly, I'm not a huge like modding person. I like overhaul mods. When people ask me about mods, it's like, I want the Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom mod, which is the Super Mario Brothers mod from 1 billion years ago. I want that to get a proper update. Like, I want that mod to get fully updated, and it'll probably never happen. I want it to get a full update so that it doesn't crash the old, like, this version of the game, because currently, if you try and make the Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom mod work, it just breaks the game because it's for a version of the game from 2014. So I want that mod to get updated, and I want it to get a full tile set for this version of the game. That would be like my dream scenario. Same with the Star Wars mod, and same with the Long Night mod. That's what I want. Those are my favorite overhaul mods. The Long Night mod is a science fiction, like, kind of 40K-esque, but also its own lore overhaul mod for Dwarf Fortress. And what the oh, that's a turkey, never mind. The Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom mod is Mario Brothers, and I'm sure Long Night's in the works. I'm sure that one's getting worked on. It has a placeholder. I mean, like, you could make them work. It's just there'd be no graphics, right? So you'd have no sprites for anything. But I'm sure it's in the works. I want that to get fully updated because I would like to play that. I want Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom to get fully updated because I just want to watch a Yoshi rip the arm off of a toad. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Wear monitor lizard peddler. All right, so we're going to lock the tavern as best I can. Basically, we're going to have to lock this whole zone down. I want the Rise of the Mushroom Kingdom mod to get updated, and there's teeth in the door, so I can't actually lock it down entirely. Everybody here is dead, basically. Yeah, the sprites are so good. I'm tweeting this out, by the way. And also posting it on Mastodon. You can follow me at BlindIRL on Twitter and at BlindIRL at mas.to on Mastodon if you care. You just came in and this looks bad? Yes. This does look bad. This does look bad. Are you sure you want to redeem a dwarf? I mean, can I tame it? So everybody at Bites turns into this and they go berserk on the full moon. No, you can't tame it. No, you can't cure it, with the exception of killing them. This might actually end the fort. All right, so what I'm going to do is every single person who's in this room right now is going to be added to a burrow. We have until the full moon ends. I'm not... Oh, I see. It's set to erase. Duh. So everybody in the room right now, right here. So you, we're going to call you sus. We're going to call you sus. We're going to call you sad, but also sus, because you're a kid. Although they become immortal. A little sus. A little sus. It's my favorite SoundCloud rapper. There's a lot of people here. Let's just call them all sus, so it's easy. There's dancers in here. There's people that are not part of the fort. But they're all going to get added into this zone. Everybody else is going to go as far away from this as possible. And you... And it looks like... Ashen's already dead. And it seems that our poet here, our critter here is also sus. The warrior poet. And then I'm going to make 2 variants of this. I'm going to make one that's out here. And this is going to be everybody who's not sus, okay? So everybody who is sus is going to be added to this one. And hopefully the duck is very sus. Absolutely. The duck is super sus. Hopefully we can manage this. So this is an event that's supposed to kill you, basically, is the easiest way to put it. This is an event that's designed to kill you. Oh, I'm adding these to the wrong burrow. Okay, hold on. I'm adding these to the wrong burrow. So this is an event that's designed to kill you, basically. Now, there is ways around it, but you have to be... It's just very tedious. And this is a mechanic that's kind of just designed to be this way. And I respect some people for turning it off entirely. But I think it's a lot of fun. And it kind of turns on like the investigation part of my brain, and it lets you mess around a little bit. So there's a little sus. That's what happened. There's a wear monitor lizard in my tavern, which was probably a visitor or a recent migrant. Probably a visitor, actually. We won't know until after they turn back, whether or not they were one of mine or a migrant. But like I was saying earlier, this might end the fort. I'm kind of tempted, actually, just to send everybody who's sus into the water drain and then just drown them. Would it be hard to kill it? The thing is, I'm going to need to read through the entire combat log. Every single piece of the entire combat log. Because if I don't, and I accidentally let the wrong person fight it, and then they get bit, and I don't notice it, then they become a were creature when the next full moon hits. All right. Also, Seraphim, I do still need to give you a dwarf. And I'm sure you already answered this, but are you sure you still want one right now? Also, a lot of these sus people I think are actually visitors. That one. Otherwise, I can just refund those channel points if you would like. Not a sus dwarf? Okay. Let me work my way through this, and then we'll get you named. I'm not going to assign the spear dwarves to this, though. Unless any of them are sus, which they shouldn't be. Wish that you could search every UI. I completely agree. I think it's because you can't search by nicknames. You also can't search by just names. Probably selected some sus ones in this, haven't I? This is something I'm not a huge fan about with this UI. This is something that I'm way faster at with the older UI. And I do not know if that's because the older UI is better or if because I'm just used to the older one. But I'm way faster with this. Like, this would be like a minute of me just like quickly clicking through a bunch of things. Okay. And I'm going to probably have to begin locking doors. They're fighting with the thing. So they should all run away when they see it. They might actually kill it. The other thing that I'm going to queue up is I'm going to queue up a wall here. Trying to isolate this fight. Adept Abyss. You may cease being alive in a moment. Dwarves are starting to die. Tired and winded. Okay, things are joining in with the fight. Mandelf's jumping in with the fight. There's nothing I can do about this. My attempts may be futile. Okay, it's no longer a were creature. Nobody assigned to that burrow. Just gonna remove that burrow. Okay. No, this ain't gonna work. You know what, chat? I'm kind of considering letting this fortress fall to this. What do you think? Someone jumped in the river? You guys okay with letting the fort fall? Starting a new fort? We can survive? Blood for the blood god? I mean, we could survive, but the amount of tedium... I could reload it past save? Yeah, but that's not fun. That's not Dwarf Fort. Come on. Come on. Losing is fun. It's right there in the name. And the music's playing too. Well, you remember earlier how I made that, remember how earlier I was like, yo, I can flood my fort? With pulling a lever? What if I lock the doors? Let's see how much of it does flood. I mean, they were planning a coup, right? Many dwarves are dying, bleeding out. It was a strange thing that happened that day in Roadtorch. Very strange thing that happened that day. Still bleeding. What a strange fort. Why did it not work? Oh. Oh, I see. I still had it locked. Okay. So, that didn't actually drown the fort. But, what we can do is we can be like, well, we do know what just happened, right? It's not going to be that long until the next full moon. We'll just see how many got infected. So what we will do is we will allow the infection to take hold. So what I will do is I will unclaim those bodies, and the dwarves just continued on like nothing happened. And then when the next full moon comes around, I will drown the fort. Let's pull the big whoosh again. Close it. Let the water back in. Wait, actually, it's already closed. Okay. Don't pull that lever again. It was such a nice fortress. Yeah, we can do it again, right? And I've already played a bunch of this fort, right? We unlock all the doors. Well, good thing that that creature's dead. We'll have to work on the next thing and build some more tombs for those who survived. How unfortunate. Truly. The big flush, yes. The great plague, the mysteries. Good job killing that evil creature. Yeah, definitely, you know? Job killing that evil creature. The survivors will come and visit the next fort. Oh, I know. We'll have to find out what's going on back home. Because, you know, this fortress, right? And this is where the storytelling comes in. It's already happening. This fortress is settled in enemy territory, right? Thank you, bros. And welcome to the stream side of things. This fortress is settled in enemy territory. We settled near this faction, which is part of a different civilization, the Rope of Amusement, right? This is home territory. We gotta find out what's going on back at home. You know, we gotta make a fortress back here. I can't adventure around. We gotta make a fortress down here. Oh, we've definitely created a ticking time bomb. I don't know how many of these dwarves are infected. There's also the possibility none of them are infected, right? I mean, look at this hospital. We've got this dwarf that's seriously injured. And this dwarf that's seriously injured. And this dwarf that's also seriously injured. They're getting all of their wounds tended to. We're giving them soap. We've got multiple like dead bodies and critters just like lying down. We need to expand this hospital, if anything. Like, it's horrific. We need more beds. We need more supplies in the hospital. We need to increase the amount of things, the stitches. We need more soap. We need more buckets. We need to bring in powder for casts, which I don't actually have any. We need to bring in more cloth. We need more thread for stitches. We're gonna go through this stuff so quickly. We have to tend to all of these wounds. It was horrific. Oh, absolutely next fort's likely to have werebeasts. But you know what? That is okay. I am all right with this. This is why I play Dwarf Fortress. By the way, chat, for those of you who don't know, Flavabox was the very first person to subscribe to this channel 66 months ago. If that doesn't deserve a round of beers, I don't know what does. Good to see you, man. How you been? Look at all of that blood. I'll pause both of these and just let everybody in there. This permits... Actually, hold up. Let's do this. We don't need a hospital. Why would we tend to these wounds? What? I mean... No, I clicked the wrong button. I was gonna check something. Remake that hospital. Although, fortunately, I should be able to... Yes, I can just remake it that way. Rezone it. I do want to check something. Fancy Order 66. Very fancy Order 66. How you doing, Clino? We have a problem. Ah, okay. That makes sense. I understand now why so few people are going into the hospital and being tended to. They weren't permitting visitors into the hospital, and I had a second one underneath it. All right. The moon's disappearing. You don't think social distancing is going to fix this one? Oh, no. That would make a lot of people happy, unfortunately. All right, let's go. Try and coffin up some of these bodies. Full moon countdown to commence. Yep, the smart ones of you can go check the wiki, and or some of you may already know when the next full moon is. I don't actually, because I'm not that good at keeping track of the moon phases in Dwarfort. Let's get those coffins assigned. So Seraphim, I do still need to give you a dwarf. So you said not one of the sus dwarves. Let's give you this weaver, who's currently collecting webs. Probably was very far away from that when it happened. Seraphim Dunham. While the game plays in the background, you find a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. One could say you're ecstatic here. That's actually kind of lovely. Where did you run off to? I lost you. I'll grab you again from down here. Oh boy, that's relatable. I know, right? Oh, also, you know the vampire that's been in for so long? We should end your sentence. Also, the mayor died, by the way, in that mess. For reference, the most maps in this have about 180 to 200 layers that you can build in, for that question asker earlier. Like, the maps are very large. Very, very large. Yeah, and this map up here that you see up in the top right, this is not the biggest you can set it. Although the biggest you could set it would probably run poorly. Finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. Is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He's often discouraged. He often acts with compassion. He tends to be a bit stubborn when changing his mind about things. And he is quite comfortable with those that have a different appearance or culture. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he is a friendly individual. He occasionally overindulges, and he often is nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. He doesn't really care about anything anymore. Personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent. Would have peace at all costs. Respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors. Got another alert. Someone's been found dead, completely drained of blood. Strange. Finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and values family. Sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions. Doesn't care about art one way or another. And dreams of bringing lasting peace to the world. Someone else has been found dead. Someone else has been found dead. Wonder if those were witnessed. Let's see. Were they witnessed? All unsolved, really? Okay. This one we do have witnesses. 29 witnesses. Well, man, getting a little bit, specific there, eh? 29 witnesses. 29 dwarves saw Ezim, the stonecrafter, walk up and eat somebody. 29. So let's make sure the captain of the guard's good to go. Yep. Rolf is, in fact, good to go. Rolf, captain of the guard, do you want to deal with this one for us, please? Must have been the wind, really. Also, there's the timer. Those pixels are filling up. An ad is starting soon, so I don't want you guys to miss this chaos, so I'm going to pause the game. Because I am too late to snooze it because I wasn't staring at it. Is it so bad to have a werebeast in the fortress and just have a massacre every now and again? Yes, because it's like... It's not like the thing where it just kills a few every now and again. Like a vampire, yeah, you'll just have a massacre every now and again. A were creature will completely take over the entire fort. 6 ads. It's 1 minute and 30 seconds. We'll see it when we see it then, Quintel. It's traumatizing. It's exponential. So every single time somebody gets bit, that person will then infect that many more people. Yeah, it's not like vampires. Vampires, you can have a couple vampires in your fort and you'll generally be okay. Because they'll kill a couple people a year generally, unless you have somebody who's super brazen about it. Vampires you can get away with just kind of having around. Whereas were creatures will just kill your entire fortress. Also, it's fitting that the that the, what's it called? The diplomat left unhappy from this fortress because, you know, shit's going down. Ad is done? Good? We good? We good? We good? Okay. Well, sucks to be that one guy who got 6 ads. That's awful. Someone should tell that person how to install or watch streams through VLC, and then you don't see them in the first place. What's the pink stuff? That's the stench of rotting flesh. That's miasma. All right. Let's see what happens. Pull front gate back. Also, why did I fill those in? I'm an idiot. I need those open. All right, let's see. I'm assuming they're all going to be right here. Well, we're 6th of timber. I think it's 8th. There you go, Smash. The game needs full music. Full moon music, I think. Not yet. It's like the 9th, I think, of timber. No, you can't, because were creatures kill each other, too. It's in the process. Well, the water's pretty much full. The problem was I forgot to drain it the first time. It's not going to flood the whole thing either, but it's going to... Oh, there it goes. See? So there's 2. Right there. So we've got these 2. Like there, it's filling right there. It's still filling, but... So Lil Sus... And the Were Monitor Lizard Poet. Okay. It looks like they both died. We're beaten to death. But they went and infected a bunch more people. That's just going to get worse and worse every year. When unpaused? Oh gosh, what do you have going on? There's got to be something happening there. Oh, I play as an evil fort sometime? What do you mean, like me being evil or me settling in an evil biome? Did it not flood? Yeah, there's just not enough water in it, I guess. Yeah, there's just not enough water in it. Oh. Drain's not helping. Well, I mean, it's flooding right now. I guess what we need to do... Is it? Yeah, okay, so it's flooding. I think what we need to do is we need to close the drain. But also there was only 2 of them, and more dwarves got infected. We're going to have to wait for another round of full moon, I think. What I think we're going to... Because we still have some time. Like, I don't have to end just now or anything. I think what we're going to do is we're going to pull the first... rather, the front gate. I'm going to leave that the way it... well, actually, is the front gate open? Yeah, front gate's closed. So we're going to leave the front gate closed. We're going to leave the back open. We're going to lock those floodgates, these 2. Which is this lever. So that's getting pulled again. I'm going to let it fill. I'm just going to let it sit. It's not full enough yet. It's still filling. And I do need to give them a way around it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give them this right there. Have I reanimated a kid in a corpse that's just attacking your dwarves that would die? But yeah, when you say evil fort, do you mean like me playing in an evil biome or me playing as an evil dwarf, because those are kind of two different things. Seeing how many people got bit at a glance. You bit the were-monitor lizard in the neck? And before we actually like quelled it, that's also possible. The health dancer kicks it and punches it while it's on the ground and then says, I kicked it, this is my fight too. And all these people are injured. They may not have gotten bit though. We'll see. That is a world that could happen. Evil biome? If I were to do an evil biome, it would be partial evil. And there's a reason for that. It's like friends don't make friends settle directly in an evil biome. You only want to be halfway on an evil biome. But I'd be down with doing an evil biome if you guys want to do an evil biome next. Which we could start up tomorrow. Why is the necromancer experiment stuck in the hospital door? I'm not sure. Because nobody's brought it to rest yet, I think. Well, I mean, this faction's kind of evil. Well, actually, let's check the world map. Hold on. So we're right up here right now, right? Because this is our faction, right? There's the Hills of Sadness. There's that. There's this tower here, which has evil. And then there's these goblin pits down here. This is not a bad spot, actually. We could do that. Yeah, we could do this kind of evil desert-looking thing. The Hill of Destiny. We could do that. We could do an evil desert. Just keep in mind that evil biomes are a lot of, I dig down and hide. And then build for a bit. So so evil biomes are like haunted, where a lot of like, you know, zombies live and things get resurrected from the dead, that kind of evil. Whereas good biomes are like, there's unicorns, but good biomes, like evil biomes have, what's the word I'm looking for here? Evil biomes have, or can, it's leaking. Evil biomes contain like, fingers that grow from the ground, right? And eyeballs on the ground, and it rains blood, and there's necromancy naturally in the grass, so things come back from the dead. That's like an evil biome. A good biome has like unicorns that gore you to death, and also evil creatures too. Unicorns are just as dangerous as a lot of evil creatures. Like the good biomes are just as evil as the evil biomes, except they're like fairies and unicorns instead of like that sort of stuff. What's my streaming schedule? I should probably make it more public. I've been a small streamer for years. Like I've been partnered for quite a while, but like I've been like a 50 to 80 viewer streamer for the past 5 years, so I've never bothered because everybody just kind of knows because it's just been a group of regulars watching me. I should probably make it more public, but like I used to always stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays for like 18 hours basically. I would stream really long hours Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays for a really long time. But what I think I might do is I might go from Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays for like 14 hours a day. To keeping that schedule, but also then streaming on Sundays, because I like to have the weekends off so I can go camping, because I go camping a lot. That's like the hobby that I have, is I go camping. I go camping and I go to metal shows. But basically for all of December and during the hype cycle while everybody's watching all the tutorials and that stuff, I'm just going to stream daily. So I'll be here for at least a couple hours daily, but I'm going to take this Friday off. Or daily except for Fridays, I think, for now. As long as I can kind of keep it up until I get too tired. But once I go back to my normal schedule, that's what it'll be. It'll be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for about 12 to 14 hours. So like the full day, which is fine as long as I don't do that like more than 3 days a week. And then Sundays for like 4 to 6 hours, I think. Jeez, you have access to that. What? Oh, actually, I know why it removed it from you, because you're no longer a viewer. You're now a mod. So I have to give you a different role. Hold on a second, Orange. Let me fix that for you. There you go. Try it now. I know you are, but when you have a badge, the bot recognizes you as a different person.
Cheese for
There you go.
everyone.
The bot doesn't recognize you as a mod or as a patron. I did add you, but so you are on that list, but the bot recognizes you as a mod. It is for everyone, though. Something I do need to do is I need to close off the caverns. So let's... Because right now it's draining, but it's draining down into here, which is kind of hilarious. Also, there's one down here. So there was another were creature that was down here. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn on this burrow, which should have everybody in it, which it doesn't currently. And then we're going to close this. These are people who are not part of the fort currently. They're just performers. There's so much water down there. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to close the caverns off. Okay. We're getting close to the next full moon. Also, anybody that becomes a were creature heals all of their wounds when they become a were creature, which is one bonus. The sound commands require a Patreon tier. The $6.99 tier on Patreon. $7 a month. Or for a year, it's 16% off. Oh, also another thing I can do for were creatures. Since things have been strange, maybe they mine out. Maybe they can hear the screams from up above. Because we have a previous were infestation when the fort was way less busy. That's underground. That I separated off into a separate part of the fort. Were creatures attack everything. Your dwarves, enemies, each other, everything. Were monitor lizard versus were sheep? Yep. You cannot, no. But this is one of the reasons why adventure mode is cool, is because in adventure mode you could go make an adventurer who's a necromancer, and then settle that necromancer, and then build a fort on that necromancer. Which is why I'm looking forward for adventure mode being in the game again. Oh, Rain just died. Fish cleaner's been missing? Oh, somebody must have died to the vampire, I guess. I can turn this off now, I think. Do I not have any miners? Guess maybe not. You're still around, Kami. I saw you on the list when I scrolled down. How do you keep the FPS low? I'm not trapping things in places. And this game runs quite well, in my experience, so I don't know. Also, apparently dwarves equip, whips. Although if you're asking how to turn down the FPS, Griffiths, go to the options menu and you can set it to whatever you want. Like if you're trying to slow the game down, it's in the options menu underneath in-game frame rate. About to happen again. Here we go, chat. A moment here. Also, I just have to say a real quick thank you to everybody who's tuning in, by the way. At 30. Maybe your graphical FPS, but not the in-game frame rate should default to 60. All right, time's moving. No rest for the wicked. Curious about what's going to happen in the hospital this time. There we go. There's 3 in the hospital now. They're going to cut their way out of the hospital pretty quick, I would think. There they go. They're fighting in the doorway. More of them have been bit. Tons of stuff's dying. On the full moon. Not sure where all the fighting's happening currently. Looking. Okay, there's a bunch of stuff in... There's also a bunch in the temple. There was one down in the library. Yawns expansively, yep. Looks like there's a bunch more down here. There was at least 2 down in the river as well. We're down to 126 dwarves. It's glorious. There's also a... reason for this dwarf over here to dig through these walls. Things are still dying constantly. I don't even know where most of the fight's happening. Let's see where the most recent fighting is. Yeah, looks like it's this temple. It's this one right here. Ubal, Agaros, has been killed. But, oh my god. Look at that viscera. Are werebeasts weak to something? No, not really. Lava? Lava mostly. Doors, you can lock them into places. They're not door topplers. Being like less sarcastic, I guess. Doors would be the main thing that they're weak to. Okay, that round's over. The sickness infects. Hospital's packed. Yep, that's everybody who took injury. No, I'm not going to cull it if you missed that. I'm trying to get caught up on chat a little bit. But no, you gonna hold down the fort. We're gonna sit here until we get proper fort deconstruction. We're just gonna let it play out. Let's just abandon this mess. Chat, do you guys want to abandon it or you guys want to do one more wave? Also, by the way, we're at 1,729 subscriber points. We need 1,800 to unlock another emote slot. Let it die? All right. Also, I figured out why it's not filling. It's because it's leaking out the side here. So we are flooding the caverns, actually. And it's draining out the side of this, which is kind of funny. So it is... I figured out why it's not flooding it. It's because of the caverns. Water training. Yeah, we're making my military very, very good at swimming. Witness, you say? All right. Chat says witness. We shall witness it. At least they're dancing. They will tell stories of this fort. Meanwhile, the mountain home's just wondering what happened. Swimming is a skill. Yeah, and dwarves are really bad at it. But they can get good at it. Big for the circus? The circus isn't as easy to hit now. I tried that last time, and I kept colliding with multiple other things on the way there, so the circus isn't as dramatic. How does the pool under your tavern create mist? It's not the pool under the tavern. It's this pump over here is pumping water with this water wheel, which is flowing off the side of the map. Well, and forbid that weapon. Let the dwarves use it. Or not weapon, instrument. The water then pumps up top here and then goes through these diagonals, which one of these removes all pressure, but I just let it go through a few so that it lowers the pressure and also drains it a little bit so that instead of having 7 or 5 amounts of water, it's just 1 or 2. Goes around the corner and then it hits down here, and as it's coming out of here, it's sprays while it's falling. So the 1 unit of water that's falling there at all times is spraying, essentially. Yeah. And then it goes down here and then it drains off the side of the map. To expedite it? What do you mean by Oh, wait, like, do you want me to plug that? Oh, I mean, what I could do, actually, is I could... Well, I mean, I could channel up into this. Yeah, I could channel up into this. Hold up. Because I let the were creature from down there out. We could channel up during the next full moon. Absolutely. They like a light misting. They don't like getting rained on, but they do like a light misting. I mean, this is doing this. Like, it's not doing nothing. The hallway's flooding. It's just flooding slowly. I mean... Like, we are flooding the caverns. I mean, my military down here is drowned, actually. So it is filling up. It is, in fact, filling. It's just not filling that fast. It's a lot of bodies. All drowned. Yep. The ones at the bottom did. And like it filled up. It's just filling slowly. Make someone a priest. They need higher value. If they are temples to a specific religion, then well, okay. So there's two types of temples, right? Like let's just click a zone here real quick. So make a temple while we're waiting for this. These gold ones are for a specific religion. So these ones you can make a priest. These ones are just generic ones, and I don't think you can recognize priesthood on these ones. Yeah, these ones you can't recognize priesthoods unless it's a specific religion. So if it's not a specific religion, then you can't recognize priesthood. So if it's not a specific religion, then you can't recognize priesthood. And if it is a specific religion, then it has to be a value of 2,000. So you need to put more stuff into it to increase the value a bit more. Yes. The more rare creatures that will be in the world. So when I abandon this fortress, all of these dwarves will out into the world and can go do whatever they want. And more and more and more of that, and all of these things will go to other places and infect other stuff. They will go back to the original civ. They will go to local sites that are close by, that sort of thing. So I'm infecting this world with rare creatures. Because when you make a new fortress, it moves history up by 2 weeks. And in that 2 weeks, if I retired the fortress, then all living entities in this fort just go out into the world. If I Ali, thanks for the raid. Cheers. All of these creatures will then go out into the world versus what's the word? If I were to just leave this fortress as is, most of them would stay in this fort and some would go out into the world, etc. But we getting raided by Ali. Ali's a local friend of mine. Go click that heart up at the top of the stream if you want to watch some variety streaming, as they say. So as they say, click on that heart. Do it. You won't. How dare you, chat. It's a Gatorade. It's very, I would say it's sensible. It is in fact Ali. Hi, Finn. And hi, Ali. How was your stream? What were you up to today? Were you busy? Was it a good stream? We got a little bit more time here. We're just letting the fortress kill itself. Currently. I mean, many things have been found dead. Many things are dying. This fort's effed? Yeah, kinda. More things are dying. I don't even know what's dying now. Or what's killing it. It could be the water. It could be were creatures. It could be other things. Thanks, Anonymous, for gifting a sub to Ali. But this is Dwarf Fortress. This game's famously nonsensical, but Trazuka, are you sure you want a dwarf? Positive? Here, Trazuka, we'll give you a dwarf. You can be our tavern keeper. Minecart shotguns? That was the plan, but it's not going to get finished now. It's just were creatures. So this dwarf over here, while we wait on this, never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to his own detriment and the harm of those around him. He is confident under pressure and generally acts impartially. He is rarely moved to mercy, and he has a sense of duty. He is quite polite, and he tends... And he has a sense of mercy, is quite polite, and he tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. Yep. He tends to hang on to grievances, and he is a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He's a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He does not go out of his way to help others, and he has little interest in joking around and tries to do things correctly each time. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he often feels discouraged. Also, for reference, when it comes to these were creatures, for those of you who've witnessed all of this, we absolutely could save this fort, or could have saved this fort, but it would be a test of tedium against every single time the full moon rolls around, locking all the doors with the were creatures in them, and hoping that I have doors to lock where they are and eventually isolating them all. Did I just describe half of chat? I mean, that was a dwarf that I just described. That was the game's generated description of that dwarf. But what I could do is every single time a were creature spawns, lock the door and make sure that they don't get out and just keep doing that. And letting them kill everything inside that spot until there's just the were creature left. But the number of people that got infected in the first round, it was like, I don't really want to do that. So I would rather start a new fort at this point because this fort's kind of completed most of its goals. Yeah, pretty much. Well, you could eject, or you could just wait until the hospital eventually cleanses itself. Like, you could deal with this. I'm just kind of more in the opinion that it would be more fun to just let the were creatures win. Incoming, told us? What? Oh, moon? Yes. Great fort? Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Great fort. Good way to end a great fort. I mean, you could theoretically make a thing that quarantines all visitors, yeah. You could have mandatory quarantine before fort entry. You could do that. Ads, you are not very well timed right now. Hey, Anton, it's good to see you. Can't you just expel them from the fort? Sure, but that would doom your civ. If you expel were creatures, your local, everybody around you would be doomed. Are they ever well timed? Yeah, that's true. Touche. All right, so hang out until this finishes. Time moves forward. I think it's the 6th of Opal's the next full moon. I think it's the 6th. I'm going to do a thing real quick. Let's speed this process up just a little bit. There it goes. There's 2. So there's this one. This were monitor lizard, this guy. So this lord, actually, I don't know what faction you're a lord of. It's not one of my citizens. This is a visitor. He's a member of the Union of Apples and the League of Daggers, and a Lord Consort of the Noble Band. We also have Iral, who's 253 years old, by the way. Could be a goblin. Part of the Rope of Amusement. No, he's part of these that dwarven faction that's surrounding us, actually. So this is a dwarf. You see their true age when they become the were creature too, which is kind of cool. Let's also check. I think that lord just died. There's also one over here, which is Aloth. I wonder if any of those were sheep made it. There's 2 down in the library. What's happening? We are losing to a were creature infection, like werewolves. Every full moon, they go completely berserk and will attack everything, including each other. They will attack all of your dwarves and everybody else. The dwarves can beat them to death with a little bit of effort. Oh, there's also a were sheep. Loose death. It was down in the creek. But they basically make... If you get a uncontrolled infection, they're very difficult to quell. There's a shit ton in the hospital as well. Let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 in the hospital. All right. Population dropped by half. Yep. That's going to keep falling. The fighting's going to continue. Like, let's look at somebody who's fighting. The Warrior of Aloth, who's one of our or that necromancer experiment is currently being shaken around by their head, who's lying down here in the walkway, the entryway. It's being shaken around by the head by this guy. This guy's bit him and is rattling him around. The viscera. No, they can... Yeah, no, they go back to being whatever they were normally. So if they're part of your faction, then yeah, they're friendly when they turn back into a normal dwarf or a human or whatever. God, the amount of blood. Look at that. Bits and pieces flying everywhere. Teeth. Down to 65. Chat, I think that we retire this fortress here. What do you think? Do necromancy experiments also turn? I don't know. I mean, he hasn't turned into one yet, but I think he's dead now, so. Yeah, he's dead now. Abandoned fort, every dwarf for himself. All right, chat. One final view of this glorious fort. Our dogs are all good, though. Look at that. All my hunting puppies and puppies, they're all good. But I can't flood it. I'm trying to. It's draining out into the caverns, so it'll... I mean, it might fill eventually, but yeah, it's draining into the caverns. I thought it would just, like, hit this layer first, but no. So, library. Temple to the cult of mountains. Full of statues. Many dwarves. My military, all stacked there. The were-sheep at the top of the stairs, holding them back. Another temple. They're all fine. They're just praying. I would be too, frankly. But that was the Fortress of Roadtorch. Quite a fun time. We did some basic machinery and played around with water pressure. The next fort we're going to do is going to be a hunted or evil biome by popular request. And this fortress is a dastardly place now, isn't it? It was a good time. Unfortunately, it adds up to start and I can't stop it. And to everybody who's hanging out, stream is going to end now, but I'm going to raid another Dwarf Fortress stream, so don't go anywhere fast. See you in a bit, Death. This fort was fun. I enjoyed this. We got a minute left in ads, and then we will raid some people. I'm raiding one of my teammates. Sad turtle. We should be coming through the ads, chat. So, I'm going to give this a save. That's what I have to say, chat. If you're new here and you haven't yet, hit that follow button, which I hate saying. But hit that follow button. We'll be live tomorrow. We'll be starting a new fort, a haunted one. If you need tutorials for this game, check out my YouTube channel. On my YouTube channel, I got more Dwarf Fortress than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime, including 8-hour-plus long talks with the developers of this game. And this has been fun. And to everybody who's chucking those primes and whatnot, just thanks. Means a lot.